Hello my dear students, welcome to Knowledge Hub by Sri Chaitanya. Knowledge Hub by Sri Chaitanya is a comprehensive test preparatory company from group of Chaitanya educational institutions. So myself Nagaraju Motuguri, a senior advanced maths faculty and assistant director at Knowledge Hub by Sri Chaitanya. My dear student, today we will analyze and discuss complete JEE Advanced 2024 paper. So we will dive into that. First, let me explain advanced paper, the difficulty level. Yeah. So total the advanced paper 1, there are 3 parts: maths, physics and chemistry, and each part consists of 4 sections. Section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4. There are total 4 sections. Section 1, 2, 3, 4. So of maths, physics, chemistry. In section 1, there are total 4 questions, and section 2, there are total 3 questions, and section 3, there are total 6, and section 4, there are total 4 questions. Section 1 is of 4 options, only 1 option is correct, and section 2 is of 4 options, more than 1 option is correct, and section 3 is of comprehensive type questions and non-negative integer type questions, and section 4 is of matrix match. So in first section, each question carries 3 marks and a negative -1. In section 2, each question carries 4 marks of negative -2, and section 3 of carries 4 marks negative 0, and section 4 is of 3 marks and negative -1. So in this total, if you compare, there will be total 17 questions in each subject and 60 marks each question. So total paper 1 is of 180 marks and 51 questions. Now let us discuss maths paper. So this is the first question in paper 1 JEE Advanced. Let f of x be a continuously differentiable function on the interval 0 to infinity such that f of 1 is equals to 2 and limit t tends to x, t to the power 10 f of x minus x to the power 10 f of t by t to the power 9 minus x to the power 9 is equals to 1, where x is greater than 0. Then for all x greater than 0, f of x is equals to. Now my dear student, you see there are 2 conditions for f of x. One is f of 1 is 2 and there is a limit t tends to x, t to the power 10 f of x minus x to the power n f of t by t power 9 minus x to the power 9 is equals to 1. Now there are the options A, B, C, D. As it is the section 1 question, only one of the option will be true. Let us discuss now this. Now this is very commonly seen question in the differentiability and in the limits and continuity also. So it is the function continuous and differentiable, and there is a condition f of 1 is equals to 2. Now let me take the condition given. Let t tends to x, t to the power 10 f of x minus x to the power 10 f of t divided by t to the power 9 minus x to the power 9 is equals to 1. Now if you substitute straight away t equal to x, what we are getting? 0 by 0 we are getting. When 0 by 0 you are getting, here f of x is continuously and differentiable. What we can do, we can go for the L'Hospital rule. So I am going to apply L'Hospital rule. Limit t tends to x. Then if I am differentiating with respect to t, 10 into t to the power 9, f of x is treated as constant. Now x raised to 10 will be treated as constant. Now it will become f dash of t divided by 9 times of t to the power 8, and x raised to 9 will be 0. So this is going to be 1. Now straight away if I am putting t equal to x, what I am getting it? This is 10 into x raised to 9 f of x minus x raised to 10 into f dash of x by 9 times of x raised to 8, that is going to be 1. If I am cancelling x raised to 8 in the numerator and denominator, these two will get cancelled. Now what we are getting? 10 times of x f of x minus f dash of x into x square is equals to 9. Now it is a typical differential equations linear DE. Now f dash of x I am replacing with dy by dx, and f of x I am replacing with y. Now if you see what we are getting the differential equation, so dy by dx I am dividing with x square minus 10 by x into y is equals to minus 9 by x square. Now you see it is a typical differential equation, linear DE. So how to solve this linear DE? Simply we can take integrating factor. So let me take integrating factor, e to the power integral of minus 10 by x into dx. When you are doing it, we will get 10 by, it will be the logarithm, so minus 10 times of e to the power log x it will be there. So e will go here and x will go here, so it will be 1 by x to the power 10. 1 by x to the power 10. Now integrating factor is 1 by x to the power 10. Now if you find out the general solution for this, what we will be getting it? Y times of 1 by x to the power 10. So y times of 1 by x to the power 10 integral of minus 9 by x square into 1 by x to the power 10 dx we are getting. So now this is equals to, now when you are integrating x to the power 12, what you are getting? 9 by 11 times of 1 by x to the power 11 plus integration constant will be c. Now you see how to get that integration constant now. That's why they have given a condition f of 1 is equals to 2. Now when you are putting f of 1 is equals to 2, x plus 1 and y is going to be 2. Now we will be getting c value. Now what here? 2 y by x to the power 10. Now 2 by 1, that is equals to 9 by 11 plus c. From this, if you are finding c is equals to 2 minus 9 by 11 you are getting. So 22 minus 11, 13 by 11. C is equals to 13 by 11 we are getting it. Now from this, if you are substituting c value 13 by 11, so which option we are getting? So option B we are getting 9 by 11 times of x plus 13 by 11 times of x to the power 10. So this is a normal combined question of differential equations and limits and continuity. Now let us move to the second question. This is from probability, typical Bayes theorem question. Now you see, a student appears for a quiz consisting of only true false type questions and answers all the questions. So student is writing a test, he is going to attempt all the questions which consist of true or false. Now the student knows the answers of some questions and guesses the answers for the remaining questions. Whenever the student knows the answer of a question, he gives the correct answer. It is not like wow, we will be writing the exam. If the student knows the answer, definitely he will be taking it in the correct manner. So now, whenever the student knows the answer of a question, he gives the correct answer. So assumes that the probability of student giving the right answer for a question, given that he has guessed it, is 1 by 2, and also assumes that the probability of answering a question for a question being guessed, given that the student answered it correct, is 1 by 6. Then the probability that student knows the answer for a randomly chosen question. Now it is normal question from the Bayes theorem, little bit of total probability. Now there are the two conditions he has given, two probabilities he has given. One is 1 by 2 and another one is 1 by 6. Now you see the options. First option 1 by 12, 1 by 7, 5 by 7 and 5 by 12. As it is the section 1, 4 options, only one option is true. So now let us solve this. See, look at here. So whatever he has given, the probabilities I am taking it. So here two things are there. One is knows the answer and one is guesses the answer, as it is the true false exam. So let me start here. The events I am taking. So G indicates an event where he guesses the answer and C is the event where the student is correctly answering it. He will be doing correctly.
Practice makes
And
man
K
perfect.
I am taking the no. So this is
So
he
does
knows
meeting
the.
with our long-term
So
coach.
there are three
Makes
events
you
I am
perfect
assuming it.
with
One
your
is G,
JEE or
he guesses the answer, and one is C,
special
he
focus on
correctly
physics and
answers it,
chemistry.
and K is the one
Special
he knows
test,
it.
experienced
So let it be. So first condition what he has given,
The proven
the
track
student, the probability that
progress.
student given the
Join
correct
our
answer,
coaching.
probability that
Fulfill
student is
your
given the correct
enjoy the
answer,
your
given that
benefits.
he has guessed it. The probability of he correctly answered it and given that he guesses that person is going to be 1 by 2. He has given as 1 by 2. Next, one more probability he has given. So the probability of answering your question, he guessed it given that he answered it correctly. So probability of G given C he has given, that is equals to 1 by 6. Now what they are asking? The probability of he knows the answer. Probability of he knows the answer. So we require probability of k is equals to how much? So let me take the probability of k is, let's say p. Let me take this is equals to p. So now there are only two things. He is going to attempt all the questions and probability he knows the answer, he gets the answers. So probability of knowing I am taking as a p, the probability of guessing will be what? 1 minus p. So therefore from this I can write probability of guessing the question is going to be 1 minus p. Now I am applying Bayes theorem. So let me take this probability of G given C. Let me take this probability of G given C. Now probability of G given C is equals to probability of G into probability of C given G divided by the total probability of C. So that is probability of G into probability of C given G plus so probability of K into probability of C given K. So therefore how much they have given? This they have given like 1 by 6. Now 1 by 6 is equals to probability of G. So probability of G what I have taken? 1 minus P. So therefore 1 minus P into probability of C given G, that is 1 by 2 they have given. Now divided by 1 minus P into 1 by 2 plus now probability of K. Probability of K what I have taken? That is P I have taken. P into probability of C given K. Probability of correctly answering it when he knows the answer. When he knows the answer, already in the first statement they have given, when the student knows the answer, 100% he will opt it properly. So therefore 100% it is going to be 1. So therefore 1 by 6 when I am solving it, 1 by 6 is equals to 1 minus P divided by 1 minus P plus 1 by 2 times of, so 2 times of P, then that will come. So from this what I am getting it, so P is equals to 5 by 7. We will be getting it P equal to 5 by 7. So answer third option. So it is a normal regular question which interlinks with the total probability and Bayes theorem. So let us move to the third question. So this is the third question from trigonometry. So what they have given? Let pi by 2 to pi, x belongs to pi by 2 to pi, such that cot x is equals to minus pi by root 11. Then sin of 11x by 2 into sin 6x minus cos 6x plus cos 11x by 2 into sin x plus cos x. So when you assume this is, let's say, A and 6x like a B, just it is a normal expression sin A times sin B minus cos B, cos A times sin B plus cos C. Then what will be the expression value? A root 11 minus 1 by 2 root 3 and root 11 plus 1 by 2 root 3 and C and B. So let us solve this. Now look at it. So from pi by 2 to pi, that is in second quadrant. So your x is there in the second quadrant. Now they have given cot x is equals to minus pi by root 11. So what we require? This expression value. Already I told you, just assume 11x by 2, let's say A, and you take 6x is equals to B. 6x is equals to B. Now you consider like that. Now you see this expression, what they have given. Let me take this expression, let's say k is equals to. Now expression I am taking like a k. So now what it will become that expression? Sin A cos B minus cos C, like that. So when you are applying this one, if you are expanding sin of B minus A plus that will be cos of B minus A. So 6x minus 11x by 2. So 6x minus 11x by 2, just it is x by 2. Now sin x by 2 plus it is going to be cos of x by 2. So this is k value. Now x is lies between pi by 2 to pi. So that is in second quadrant. Obviously x by 2 will be there in the first quadrant. So in first quadrant sin is positive, cos is positive. Together this k is positive. Now we are going to get a positive value. So then from cot x is equals to minus 5 by root 11. I can get sin x by 2 cos x by 2 by using the half angle formula. But little lengthy steps we need to take it. Instead of that, small, just I am applying one operation, that is squaring on both sides. So when I square it, now k square is equals to, sin square cos square plus sin into 2 times of cos will be there. So it will be 1 plus it will be sin x. So as x there in the second quadrant, of course sin x will be positive. Now we can get sin x value from the cot x. Now if you take the right angle triangle, so here it will be x. Now minus 5 by root 11. So this will be 5. This will be root 11. Now what you are going to get? This is going to be 6. This is going to be 6. Right. Okay. So now what will be there? K square equal to 1 plus sin x. Now this k square is going to be 1 plus sin x value. So sin x value opposite side by hypotenuse. So root 11 by 6. Root 11 by 6. Now if you are taking this k value, so now k is going to be square root of 6 plus root 11 by 6. Now if you are multiplying, dividing numerator and denominator with 2, then we can get the k value. So k is going to be square root of 12 plus 2 root 11 by 12. So that is simple, root 11 plus 1 by 2 root 3. So this is equals to k. So now if you see the four options, root 11 minus 1 by 2 root 2, root 11 plus 1 by 2 root 2. So second option will be the answer. So now we will move to the next question, fourth question. So it is from the ellipse. Okay, consider an ellipse x square by 9 plus y square by 4 equal to 1. Let S be a point P comma Q in the first quadrant such that P square by 9 plus Q square by 4 is greater than 1. There is a condition. Two tangents are drawn from S to the ellipse, of which one meets the ellipse at one of the minor axes and the other meets the ellipse at a point T in the fourth quadrant. Let R be the vertex of the ellipse with the positive x coordinate and O be the center of the ellipse. If the area of the triangle ORT is 3 by 2, then which of the following option is correct? So basically there is a point in the first quadrant, that is P comma Q, that must be P and Q, that must be find out here actually. Q is equals to 2, P equal to 3 root 2 and Q equal to 2, P equal to 4 root 3, and third option will be Q equal to 1 and P equal to 5 root 3 and Q equal to 1, P equal to 6 root 3. Now let us solve this. Now look at here. So I am taking that ellipse. Let me take the ellipse. So this is the ellipse. So now what happened for this ellipse? X square by 9 plus y square by 4 is equals to 1. There is a point S P comma Q in the first quadrant where this, from that point two tangents are drawn. One is from the minor axis and another is from the fourth quadrant So the point is going like this. So let me take this is equals to P comma Q. Now you see, as it is x square by 9 plus y square by 4 is equals to 1. So this vertex is going to be 0 comma 2. So therefore here the point P comma 2. Now Q value we already found, that is 2. So in the first option also Q equal to 2. In the second option also Q is equals to 2. So now third and fourth are not the options. Now first and 2. Now look at here, where it is meeting the ellipse in the fourth quadrant, let me take that is equals to T. So here they have given T is the point where the tangent is meeting in the fourth quadrant. So let me take this is equal to T, let H comma K. Let me take that is equals to H comma K. Now area they have given, area of the triangle ORT. So this is the center of the ellipse O and RT. R will be the major axis vertex, let's say R, this is T. So we want area of this particular triangle. Now let me take this point area as they have given 3 by 2. So here from this area of the triangle, from here if I am taking one perpendicular, let me mention this is equals to N. So NT, that is the perpendicular from T. So area of the triangle ORT, this area. So area of the triangle ORT is equals to, now it is going to be half into mod of base into height. So OR is the base. So base length from here to here it will be 3 units, and let me take height will be, let's say here that will be K. So therefore that is equals to 3 by 2 they have given. So therefore this 3 by 2 will get cancelled. So mod k is equals to 1 as it is there. The y coordinate as it is there in the fourth quadrant. So therefore k is going to be minus 1. K is going to be minus 1. So therefore in the point t h comma k, now k is going to be minus 1. Now we need to get the h value. As h comma k, where it is there on the ellipse. So definitely h comma k will satisfy that. So now when you are substituting it, h square by 9 plus k square by, so therefore 1 by 4 that is equals to 1. From this h square is equals to 3 by 4. So 9 into 3 by 4. So therefore h is going to be plus or minus 3 root 3 by 2. But as is there in the first quadrant, the fourth quadrant, x coordinate will be positive. So therefore it will be 3 root 3 by 2 will be there. This is h. Now the point t, h and k we got it. So therefore t is going to be 3 root 3 by 2 comma minus 1. Now this is the t. So now what we can do? With the help of the t, we can apply the tangent equation. So we will get the tangent t and s, the tangent equation. Now in this tangent, p comma 2 I will substitute it. So that what I am going to get? P value I am going to get it. So tangent equation, you know, tangent equation, let's we can apply s1 equal to 0, t equal to 0, we can apply t equal to 0 or s1 equal to 0. So now when you apply t equal to 0, x1 by a square plus y1 by b square is equals to 1. So from this, now we will be getting, so there p is equals to 3 root 3 we will be getting it. So therefore q equal to 2 and p equal to 3 root 3. So which option? So first option will be the answer. It is a normal question from the ellipse. Now when we are moving to the next question, see this question, fifth question. So let s is equals to a plus b root 2, a comma b are the integers, and there is a t1 that is minus 1 plus 2 root 2 whole to the power n, where n is an integer natural number, and t2 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n, where n is a natural number. Then which of the following statements are true? So it is from fifth question, it is the section 2. So more than one option may be correct and partial marking minus 2 is there. So we need to be very careful. When you are answering more than one option correct questions, perfectly we should know which option is correct, which option is wrong. When you are not opting an option, you should know that why you are not opting it. Okay, let us start this. Now S is the set how it is, a plus b root 2, where a and b are integers. It's a somewhat third kind. And next one, there is a set t1. T1 is a specific number kind, minus 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n. And another one t2, 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n. So first option you see, it's related to z, t1, t2 and s. And another one also set t1 and some interval 0 to 1 by 2004. And third option t2 intersection with 2024 to infinity. And the fourth one is going to be given a and b, cos of pi times of something and I plus sin times of a plus b root 2. It is like that. So now let us start doing this one by one. So in order to do this, first we need to understand and analyze what is z, what is s, what is t1, what is t2. Now s, so we are having a clear picture, that's every number like a plus b root 2 model. So now s is a plus b times of root 2 model, where a and b are integers. Now we need to work on the t1. So let me take t1. T1 is a number of the kind like minus 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n, where n is a natural number. Now when you are expanding minus 1 plus 2 root 2 whole to the power n, where n is a natural number, it is like minus 1 plus root 2 whole to the power 1 natural number. So with the help of binomial, when you are expanding, binomial theorem, when you are expanding it, 100% you will see that this number is some sort of like a1 plus some b1 times of root 2 only will be there. a1 plus some b1 times of root 2 will be there. In the whereas when you are applying for t2 also binomial theorem, then t2 also will be coming like 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n, some a2 plus some b2 times of root 2. a2 plus some b2 times of root 2 only will be there. So this is t1 and t2. Of course, a1 and b1 are very specific, which are generated by expanding that. But if you see as it is like an a and b are any integers. So overall all the integers. Now what will be there? T1 and T2 if you club also, it will be the subset of S. Even you are including Z. So when B is going to be 0, when B is going to be 0, when this B you are putting 0, your S is going to be after an integer. So when B 0, S is going to be like a Z. So therefore definitely Z union T1 union T2 is the subset of S. So therefore first option is true. So therefore first option will be true. Now when we are moving to the second option, T1 intersection 0 comma 1 by 20 24 is empty. So if you are observing carefully, if you observe carefully, minus 1 plus root 2 is always less than 1. Minus 1, root 2 is hardly 1.4 something, minus 1 plus 0 point something. So minus 1 plus root 2 is less than 1. Now when you are increasing the power for this, so definitely this entire value is come under less than the 1, less than 1 only it will come. So definitely what will be there? For some value of n, definitely this T1 will intersect with 0 to 1 by 20, 24. So they have given like empty, so this will be wrong, it is wrong, there must be some intersection. Now when you move to third option, T2 intersection 20, 24 to infinity. Now if you see T2 will be T2 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n. So 1 plus root 2 is greater than 1. So 1 plus root 2 whole to the power n also will become greater than 1. It will become greater than 1. So when it is greater than 1 for the larger values of n, definitely this intersection whatever will be there, it is non-empty. So therefore third option is going to be true. Third option is true. Now fourth option. For a given a and b integers, cos of pi times of a plus b root 2 plus I into sin pi plus a plus b root 2. It is an integer if and only if b is going to be 0. So in order to be this is integer, b must be 0, or when b is 0 that is going to be an integer. Now if you consider the case where b 0, when you are putting b equal to 0, so just it will become cos of a pi plus I sin times of a pi. So a pi times it will be 0, so just it is going to be cos of a times of pi. Cos of a times of pi, either 1 or minus 1, that is going to be integer. So fourth option is true. Now overall for this fifth question, option A, option C, option D. A, C, D are the answer. So here as it is the partial marking question, when you opt, if all the 4 options are true, when you are opting 3 options, correct options, then will be plus 3. Out of these 3, now 3 options are true, now all the 3 are putting, plus 4 mark you will get it. Or if you are opting exactly 2 correct options, then you will be getting plus 2. Or only 1 option you are opting, then you will be getting plus 1. If you are not attempting, it will be 0. Other than these 3, if you are opting as a B as the answer, you will be getting negative mark minus 2. That's why we need to be very careful when you are handling more than one option is going to be true. Multiple answer type questions, you need to be very careful. So perfectly you should know why we are not taking this option. Okay, clear? Now let's move to the next question. Now this is the question. Sixth question. Let R square denote R by R, that means it is a normal plane, 2D plane. S is equals to A comma B comma C such that A, B, C are real numbers and AX square plus 2BXY plus CY square greater than 0 for all X and Y. If you are taking any point in the plane, so this has to be greater than 0, corresponding to that ABCs will exist. So that will be the set. S is a set which contains triplets A comma B comma C, where this expression is positive. This expression is positive for all X and Y. So here these pointers are very, very important when you are reading it. Properly we need to read. Here for all X and Y. Okay, this has to be greater than 0. Corresponding to the triplets will be there in S. That is very, very important. Now corresponding to that, which statement is going to be true? First option, second, third and fourth. So let me work out first when it will be greater than 0. Corresponding to that, what will be the set S? So it's a normal question in the quadratic. Okay, so let me take this expression ax square plus 2bx plus cy square is greater than 0. So this will be ax square plus 2bxy plus cy square greater than 0. So x and y are real numbers. Of course, x and y both are non-zero. So what I can do, I can divide with y square. If I am dividing this with y square, it will become a times of x by y whole square plus now 2b times of x by y now plus c greater than 0 plus c greater than 0 plus c greater than 0. Now this is a normal quadratic x by y, it is a real number, so it is a normal quadratic. When the quadratic expression is greater than 0, when the quadratic expression greater than 0, so definitely its x square coefficient must be positive and its discriminant must be negative. So if I apply those conditions, so now we can understand that a must be greater than 0 and its a discriminant b square minus 4ac. So 4b square minus 4ac must be less than 0. So b square must be less than ac. So a must be positive, b square must be less than ac. So when simultaneously when you divide with x square, so we will come to know that c times of y by x whole square plus 2b times of y by x plus c plus a greater than 0. So from that we can conclude that even c also must be greater than 0. So two things we can guarantee here, a and c are positive and b square less than ac. So if at all a comma b comma c, this triplet satisfying these two conditions, then that point will be there in the set S. That will be there in the set S. Now let us options one by one we will see. So 2, 7 by 2 and 6. 2, 7 by 2 and 6. If you substitute this point in this condition, so 49 by 4 and that will be 48. So 49 by 4 definitely more than the 48. So therefore first option is wrong. First option is wrong. So we have a clarity now. First option, why it is wrong? Because it is not satisfying the condition b square less than ac. Now second one, if 3 comma b comma 1 by 12 is there in S, then b value. So definitely if at all in order to be in S, this has to satisfy the condition. What is that condition? B square less than AC. Now what it is here? Now b square less than, so now AC, so that will be 1 by 4. So when you are bringing this one to this side, so what will be there? Mod 2b less than 1. So therefore option B is correct. Now for a given a, b, c belongs to S, the system of linear equations ax plus by equal to 1, bx plus cy equal to minus 1. See how nice this question. This question which consists like normal quadratic concept and a triplet and at the same time matrices and determinant concept, or I can say that 3D. Now ax plus by equal to 1, bx plus cy equal to minus 1. When this non-homogeneous system will have a unique solution. When non-homogeneous system has a unique solution, you know that determinant must be non-zero. Now you see the determinant of this AC minus B square. AC minus B square. Already we knew that AC minus B square is non-zero. Why? Because B square must be less than AC, so it should not be 0. So therefore this system will have the unique solution. So third, C is correct now. Now when we are moving to the fourth option, for any given A, B, C which is there in S, the system of linear equations a plus 1x and by and bx plus c1 plus y is equal to 0. It is homogeneous system. This homogeneous system should have a unique solution. Homogeneous system, again when will have the unique solution? Again it is the same scenario when its determinant is non-zero. Now if you are finding the determinant, what we will be getting here? A plus 1 into c plus 1, a plus 1 time of c plus 1 minus we are getting b square. Now ac plus a plus c plus 1 minus b square. So it will be a plus c plus 1 plus ac minus b square. So this is the condition. Now you see here ac minus b square positive. From this condition b square is less than ac. And already we concluded that a and c are positive, plus 1. So overall this expression a plus c plus 1 minus b square plus ac is going to be positive. So definitely what will be there? So this is non-zero. The system, homogeneous system, will have the unique solution. So therefore,
Practice
option D
makes
is
man
also.
perfect.
Now for the 6%, answer is B is correct, C is correct, and D is
Makes you
correct. So
perfect
B, C, D will be
with your
the
JEE
answer
or
for this.
preparation
It's a normal.
with special focus
So
on
next,
physics and chemistry.
when we are moving to the
structured weekly tests,
7th
experienced
question,
faculty,
let R cube
comprehensive
denotes the
study
three-dimensional space. So
proven track
there is a
record of
three-dimensional
problems.
space.
Join our long-term
Take 2
coaching
points
to
P
fulfill
1,
your
2,
engineering or
3
medical
and
dreams.
Q 4, 2, 7. Let this of x comma y. That means this indicates distance between x and y, the points. Okay, x and y in R3. Let there is a known set S and there is another set T. S, how it is defined? S is equals to x belongs to R3, where the R3, what is that x? The distance from P to x whole square minus distance from x to q whole square is going to be 50. So that is all those points which are satisfying that condition will come under the S. And another set is T. So y belongs to R cube, where distance from y to q whole square minus distance from y to p whole square is equals to 50. Those points will come under the T. Then which of the following statements are true? There is a triangle whose area is 1 and all of its vertices from S. And B, there are two distinct points L and M in such that each of the line segment LM is also in T, and there are infinitely many rectangles of perimeter 48 of two of the vertices from S and T, and there is a square of perimeter 48, two of whose vertices from S and two other two vertices from T. So basically we need to identify what is S, what is T. So a little bit by using these conditions we need to work out. It is very normal question. So let us see the solution for this. Now let me work out. Let the point x I am taking, let me take x is equal to some x comma y. So when I am applying this condition, distance from x to p, we know that p 1, 2, 3 and we know the q 4, 2. So distance, I am applying that condition, distance from x to p. So distance from x to p whole square minus distance from x to q whole square is going to be 50. So now what will be there? X minus x1, y minus y1, z minus, that is the 3D, x, y, z. So let it be. Now what will be there? X minus 1 whole square plus y minus 2 whole square plus z minus 3 whole square. So this minus, same way, x minus 4 whole square plus y minus 2 whole square plus z minus 7 whole square. So that is equals to 50. That is equals to 50. Now when you are calculating this, what will be getting? Y minus 2 whole square, y minus 2 whole square will get cancelled. Now x minus 1 whole square, x minus 4 whole square. So when we are simplifying it, 6x plus 8z is equals to 105 will be getting. So 6x plus 8z is equals to 105. What it is in 3D? It is going to be a plane. It is a plane. Now another condition, y point. When you are applying again another condition, distance of y comma q whole square and y comma p whole square, what we will be getting it? Again we will be getting 6x plus 8z. Similarly, you will be getting it is equals to 5. So there are two planes. By using the first condition, one plane we are getting. By using the second condition, one more plane we are getting. So S and T both are represents two planes. If you observe carefully, both the planes are parallel planes. So both the planes are parallel. So how the planes will be parallel planes? They will be like this. There are the parallel planes in this. Now analyze one by one, option by option. We will analyze it. So what is that? There is a triangle whose area is 1 and all whose vertices from S. So that means plane 1. On the plane 1 there is a triangle whose area is going to be 1. Definitely area, entire plane, area 1 triangle mini will be there. So therefore first option will be true. First option is true. Now there are two distinct points L and M in T such that each on the line segment LM is on T. Now T, it is coming to the second plane. So entire plane it is. So there are 2 points L and M on the plane. So definitely on the plane, when you are taking 2 points and joining that entire line segment again belongs to the same plane. So therefore option B is also true. Option B is also true. Now there are infinitely many rectangles of perimeter 48, 2 of whose vertices are from S and other 2 vertices from T. Now let us see. As these two are what type of planes? Parallel planes. So when there are 2 parallel planes, if I am taking the rectangle, so definitely these 2 will be parallel. So here it must be parallel. So like this, one plane has to be there and another plane has to be in this manner. Now one rectangle we need to generate it. So what we require? Its area must be 48. Already we knew that as these are the parallel planes, we know that the distance between these 2 parallel planes, d2 minus d1 by square root of a square plus b square plus c square now apply, just we are getting simply 10. So distance between these 2 planes will be 10. So this is 10. So here let me take this is equals to a, so definitely it will be a. So area of the rectangle a into 10. A into 10 is equals to, then 48, definitely a will exist. Like that infinitely many rectangles will be there. So therefore option C is also true. Option C is also true. Now come to the option D. There is a square of perimeter 48, 2 of whose vertices from S and 2 of whose vertices from T. Now you see same logic. There should be a square. There should be a square. Square means what? Even A also must be equal to 10. A also must be equal to 10. So now what will happen? So area of the minimum square is going to be 100. 10 into 10 it will be 100. So 48 it is not possible. So therefore option D is wrong. So now answer for the 7th question will be A, B, C, D is not the answer. So now these are the total 3 questions 5, 6, 7 from section 2. So section 1 there are 4 questions. We have seen all are just moderate, and section 2 also we have seen 3 more questions. They are also moderate. Now overall I can say that in section 1 and section 2 questions it's very easy to secure the marks and they are the moderate level. Now section 3 and section 4 my colleague Sushmita will be carrying on this session. Okay. Just wait for 2 minutes, then she will be taking for section 3 and section 4. Thank you.
Bored of your typical online classes that don't cater to your unique learning needs? Introducing our HighFlix program, online learning, offline doubt sessions. With HighFlix, convenience is on your side. With HighFlex, flexibility is on your side. With HighFlex, engaging classes are on your side. With HighFlex, accessibility is on your side. With HighFlex, stress-free learning is on your side. Step into the future of learning with our HighFlex program. What are you waiting for? Join HighFlex now and say hi to our experts in JEE, NEET and Foundation coaching. Practice makes man perfect. Have you heard this quote? So does repeating with our long-term coaching makes you perfect with your JEE or NEET preparation. With special focus on physics and chemistry, structured weekly tests, experienced faculty, comprehensive study material, with proven track record of top ranks. Join our long-term coaching to fulfill your engineering or medical dreams. So hello students. So I hope you are cross-checking all your answers. So this is Sushmita, Senior JEE Advanced Maths faculty. So now here I am going to discuss the upcoming sessions in Paper-1, JEE Advanced Paper 2024. So now let's go into the interesting session in this Paper-1, so section 3. So why I am saying it is interesting? Because you know there is no negative marking for this session, right? So even if you are getting the answer, that's well and good. If you are not getting the answer also, you can guess and write some answers, right? So let's start with the question number 8 over here. So what's this question about? The question you can see, it's about the logarithms. So a value is given as 3 root 2, b value is 1 by 5 power 1 by 6 and square root of 6. So some two equations are given to you. You know very well that log of so and so, this is a constant and this is a constant. So what JEE is asking us to do? So there are two equations and two unknowns. So obviously it's a very basic equation solving question. But what we have to do is basically solving this logarithm. So let us try to see how to just simplify this logarithm. That's the only thing we have. So see carefully here, what is this a and what is this constant? So first constant is log 18 to the power 5 by 4 and the base a. Now what is the connection of a with this 18? So we have a as 3 root 2 and we know the a square is going to be 9 into 2 is 18. So what is this a basically? It's 18 to the power 1 by 2. So you can write the same logarithm, same constant as 18 to the power 5 by 4, 18 to the power 1 by 2 as a base. And we know when there are powers for the number and the base, you can just bring them down, 5 by 4 in the numerator and power of 18 in the base, 1 by 2 in the denominator. Rest of the thing is simple, log 18 to the base 18. Now here comes 5 by 2. So the first constant is simplified. Next we'll go to the next constant. What is the next constant? We have log root 1080 to the base b. So let's do what is that. So what is this b? Is it anywhere related to 1080? So b is given as 1 by 5 power 1 by 6 and 6 power 1 by 2. If you observe closely, so the 6 can be written as 5 power 1 by 6, 6 power, you can just write it as 3 by 6, right? So it's nothing but 1 by 5 into 6 cube whole power 1 by 6. And what is 5 into 6 cube? It's coming out to be 1080. So that is the connection. So it's 1080 power minus 1 by 6. So the same base you can use and you can get that. So what is the simplification for this? So you can write down the log 1080 power 1 by 2 and base is 1080 power minus 1 by 6. So we can bring it out as 1 by 2 by minus 1 by 6. Is it not? So you can write it as minus 1 by 2 into 6 comes out to be minus 3. So the work is done. We have simplified the two constants and the next thing is we have to simplify the equations. The first equation is 3x plus 2y equals to 5 by 2 and we have 2x minus y equals to minus 3. That's it. So let's multiply this with 2, the entire equation with 2. So let's see what we are going to get. So 7x you get here and you are adding both of them. So this is 5 by 2 minus 6. So what is this? 7x equals to 5 minus 12. So we get minus 7 by 2. So therefore the x value is minus 1 by 2. So we have to put it back in the equation. Let's suppose the equation number 2 we are taking. So you can also get that. So what is this y? So y is 2x plus 3. So you can get the y value also. The y value is coming out to be 2. Right? So by that you can get the answer 4x plus 5y with this basic question, right? So this is how we can solve. This is a basic logarithms question. Nothing much is involved. Anyone can answer this. So you can cross check the answer also. So this is done. So let's move on to the next question. So let's see what's given in this 9th question in section number 3. So there is one f of x given to you. It's a polynomial with the real coefficients. This is important. Let's talk about this. So f of 1 is given as minus 9 and iota root 3 is the root of this equation. So iota is given, root of minus 1 is fine. So what are these alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, alpha 4? So he is saying that they are the roots of this f of x equals to 0. Now how do we try to get the pieces from this question? So there are two equations and the roots also we'll try to see. So let's try to solve this question first. What are the equations we have? Let's go one by one, right? So first equation is, he is saying that x power 4 plus alpha x cube plus bx square plus c equals to 0. This is the equation and this equation is having 4 roots. Alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, alpha 4. Now another equation we'll try to see. Now let's try to see f of 1 equals to minus 9 is given to us. Let's try to see what is this f of 1. The f of 1 is 1 plus, so that's actually a, this is not alpha, this is a. So 1 plus a plus b plus c. So this is f of 1 which is minus 9. So from this you will get a plus b plus c equals to minus 10. So one equation we got. Next, any other equations do we get? So look at this another equation carefully. About the equation he said something. So this is the equation 4, if you take x common you will get 4x square 3ax plus 2b equals to 0. Obviously this is a cubic equation, right? So it has 3 roots. Directly we can see one root is 0. And another root is given in the question, that is iota into root 3. So obviously what will be the other root? It will be the conjugate of the complex root. So the conjugate will be minus iota root 3. Why? Because it is having the real coefficients. A is real, B is real. So using this information, can we get the values of A and B? Yes, obviously we can get, because what is the sum of the roots here? Sum of the roots you can see that is 0. So if you apply this, sum of the roots from the equation also will get, which is minus 3a by 4 equals to 0. So you will get the value, a is nothing but 0. A value we got. Next thing, to get the value of b, that's it. To get the value of b, let's try to do the product. So what is the product of the roots? What is the product of the roots? So we have to take, see carefully, I am taking the quadratic equation only. Quadratic equation has these two roots only. So product of these two roots you have to take. So what is the product? Iota square minus 1. So it's coming out to be plus 3. So from the equation, what is the product of the roots? It's 2b by 4 equals to 3. So from this, what is the value of b? You're getting out to be 6. So that's it. We got 3 unknowns are there in this polynomial. We got a value and b value. The rest of the thing is, put the 2 values here, get the value of c. So what is this c? Minus 10 minus a, which is 0, and minus b, which is 6. To get the value of c also, c is minus 16. We got a, b and c. So finally what he is asking the square of the roots of the main equation. So do we have the equation? Yes. Let's try to see. Put all ABC values, you will get the equation. X power 4 plus a is anyway 0. What is b? B is 6. 6x square minus 16 equals to 0. For this equation, alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, alpha 4 are roots. Let's try to get the equation roots here. Can we get the roots? Yes. Because the quadratic in x square, you can directly use quadratic formula. So what is the quadratic formula? Minus 6 plus or minus, you can see b square minus 4ac, 36 plus 4 into 16, you are getting 64 by 2a. So what are the values of x square you are getting? X square, you get minus 3 plus or minus, that's 10 by 2, 5. So we have the x square values as 1 is 5 minus 3, 2, and 1 is minus 8. So what are the x values then? So plus or minus root 2. So 1 is root 2, 1 is minus root 2, and x square if it is minus 8, we will get a complex roots, right? So get 2 root 2 iota and minus 2 root 2 iota. So these are nothing but, first one is alpha 1, second one is alpha 2, third one is alpha 3, and the fourth one is alpha 4. 4 roots we got, and just you have to add the squares. Alpha square you get 2, then alpha 2 square, that is also 2. So let me just write it down finally. Alpha 1 square and their modulus. So alpha 3 square plus alpha 4 square. So this comes out to be 2 plus you are going to get modulus only, no? The modulus you need to take 2 root 2 whole square, right? Modulus also I will write. So 2 plus 8. So you are going to get it out to be 20. So that's the answer. You can cross check with that. So this is also very simple question, I can tell you. Only the unknowns in the equation you need to find. For that we have all the information in the question, right? So that's it. This is about the 9th question. So let's move on to the next question here. So what do we have in this question? Okay, it seems to be a matrices question, right? Fine. So there is a matrix given to you This is a set containing the matrices where something is given as A, B, C, D are only either 0 or 1. No other value they can take only 0 or 1 is mentioned. And information is also mentioned that determinant of A is either plus or minus 1. These two informations we have. Now what he is asking us to find out? He is asking us to find out the number of elements in S. How many matrices we can build using this information that A, B, C, D, E are either 0 or 1 and determinant is plus or minus 1. So this question, there is no formula based question, it is all about the using cases only because specific conditions are given to us, right? So let's try to see how to solve this question. So anyways they gave something about determinant of A, so first let's try to calculate determinant. So let's see what is going to be the determinant first. So determinant of A. So what is the determinant of A? 0, 1 C, 1 A D, 1 B E. So you can, this is the most easy method that you can, easy step I can tell you in every determinant evaluating formula. So minus 1 E minus B you get plus C times you get B minus A. So if you introduce this minus into it, you will get D minus C plus C times B minus A. So if you just equate that to plus or minus 1, so you are getting actually two cases, right? This is the main equation we have to solve. Now how to solve this one? So how do I take? Do I have to start with A or B or C or D or E? So if you look at this one, this C variable, right? C variable is going to have something in connection with the product. So why don't we take cases using C other than A, B, D and E? So it's better you start with the variable C. Now taking the cases for C, what are the possibilities we have? Only 0 or 1. So you have to solve only two cases, right? So let's start about first case. So let's suppose say C is 0. I am taking C is 0, it's very simple. C is 0 means D minus E should be plus or minus 1 then. So D minus E should be plus or minus 1. Now what are the different cases we have? Either D can be 0, E can be 1, D is 1, E can be 0. Those are the only possible values we can write, is it not? The two cases we have here. Now what about A and B here? Now as C is 0, B and A can be any value, right? B is having two opportunities, A is also having two opportunities. So B can be written in two ways. So these are also two ways. And A can also be written in two ways. And unless and until you select all of them, you should keep on multiplying the number of ways, right? This is the rule we learn in probability. So how many total matrices will be formed here? So for A, two ways, B can take two values, and D and E together, there are two sets of ways you can write. So that is also 2. Keep on multiplying, so all of them are done. So there are 8 ways or 8 matrices you can say simply. So in case 1 we got 8 matrices. Similarly we go to the case 2. What is this case 2? Case 2, taking the value of C as 1. By this we will end the cases. Now if you take C as 1, what is the equation we are going to get? So we will get D minus E. It is simplified as plus B minus A. This can be either plus 1 or minus 1. Okay, let's try to do this way. For example, I'll take 1. Now what are the possible cases? See first carefully. I'll take D as 1, rest all of them zeros. Now considering cases also is a very good art, I can tell you. So taking D as 1, all of them are zeros. Then take B, it is having plus sign, right? Then take B as 1, all of them are zeros, right? These two are different cases. Now any other case. Let's suppose say in these two cases you are taking A and E as zeros, right? Now what happens if I take E as 1? If you are taking E as 1, you will get minus 1 here. To compensate that minus 1, we want plus 1. That can be either D. Now here both of them sums up to be 0, and here you need to take 1, and then this should be 0, right? And then the same thing can happen if you are taking, for example, let's suppose say A as 1, and you can take B as 0, then you are taking this as 1 and you are taking this as 1. So these are the 4 different possible cases I can tell you. If you keep on repeating the other cases, it will be same again, once again. So here we are getting 4 cases for +1, and if you are taking -1, that is D minus E plus B minus A. If you are taking -1, here also you are going to get 4 different ways. Altogether you are getting 4 ways. Altogether you are getting 4 ways. So here process is done, here process is done. You add the number of ways. You don't multiply the number of ways here, right? So that is the importance. So here 4 plus 4, total matrices are forming over here are 8 matrices you are going to get. So overall get together, in case 1 8, case 2 8. Overall there are 16 matrices in the given set. Using the given condition, these 16 matrices are possible. I hope this is very clear to you. So matrices questions, whenever determinants are mentioned, you need to go case by case. It's never a direct formula, right? So that's it. Next, let's move on to the 11th question. What do we have in this? So a group of 9 students, there are S1, S2, so on till S9, 9 students should be divided into 3 teams, and teams are named here. You should note that. So teams are X, Y and Z. They even mention the sizes also, 2, 3 and 4 respectively. Now, if only this much question is given, it's very simple for all of us, right? What you have to do? There are 9 students, different students, distinct items. You are distributing them. So this concept is nothing but a division and distribution in permutations and combinations. Will be seeing this concept, right? The 9 students, distinct students, you are dividing them into a group of 3, and all of them are actually what? Separate. Like you can say they are distinct. So let's try to see this. So size of 2, size of 3, size of 4, and here they are mentioned as X, Y and Z. So if nothing conditions are given to you, directly this comes out to be 9 factorial by 2 factorial, 3 factorial, 4 factorial, right? And this is just a distribution. You don't have to divide, because directly this 2 size is named as X, 3 size of 3 people size is named as Y, and 4 size is named as Z. You don't have to internally exchange or internally arrange them. So this is the number of ways you can divide them. But the condition is S1 cannot be selected for team X. S2 also cannot be selected for team Y. If one condition is given also, that is simple. No, 2 conditions are given to us. So let's see how to solve this one by one. Small steps only. Now we already saw what happens if you are taking, right? Now total number of ways we have seen. Total number of ways is 9 factorial by 2 factorial, 3 factorial, 4 factorial. Now what is happening when S1 is directly into this team X? Now S1 is directly into this team X means out of this 9 people, S1 is here. So remaining how many will be there? So there will be only 8 now. From those 8, the size of the 2 other groups are same. This is X, Y, Z. Now here there should be only 1 person. So it became like 8 students you have to distribute or divide into groups of 1, 3 and 4. Now how do we do that? Very simple. It's 8 factorial by size of each and every team. So the same thing I am going to write it here. 8 factorial by 1 factorial, 3 factorial, 4 factorial. Now how many ways? S2 will get into this Y. S2 will get into Y. How many ways? So you can see there are 9 people again. Now I am putting this S2 here. Remaining 2 students you have to take here. And earlier in X team there are 2 members, and in Z team there should be 4 members. Now how many ways? 9 will be changed to 8 now, because we have sent 1 student to the team Y. Now remaining 8 students you have to divide into 3 groups containing 2, 2 and 4. How do we do that? 8 factorial by 2 factorial, 2 factorial and 4 factorial. Same thing, 8 factorial by 2 factorial, 2 factorial and 4 factorial. Now how do we get the overall sense? So let me try to explain you. See, if I write something like total minus S1 being in X. Also if I delete S2 being in X, will this be, S2 being in Y. So will this be correct? Now what you're doing is, unknowingly in this case is what happens is, when S1 is in X, unknowingly S2 might come into Y, right? That you have deleted already. Then why you are deleting them again, right? So some of the cases where S2 is going to Y are already deleted here, you're deleting again. So that is not what we want, right? The count will be reduced. So you have to add the cases where both of them are going to the given places, right? For example, the case where S1 is going to X, the case where S2 is going to Y. Combined cases are deleted here and here. So you have to just add once. This is just like union of this and this you want. So you add them and subtract the intersection. The same concept you are applying, nothing else. So how many ways we can do that? S1 to X, same time, simultaneously S2 going to Y. So what you will do basically, there are 9 people, you will divide them into like S1 here, S2 here, and remaining how many people are there? 7 people. So now you have to divide only 7 people into a group of, here rest of the students is 1, rest of the students is 2, and the rest of the students is 4. So how many ways we can do that? 7 factorial by 1 factorial, 2 factorial, 4 factorial, right? So the total sum is going to be, so you can say how many number of such teams he is asking, right? So number of teams. So that's going to be total 9 factorial by 2, 3, 4 factorials minus S1 going into first one, 3 factorial, 4 factorial, S2 going into the second one, 2 factorial, 4 factorial. Finally, you are adding the last one, 7 factorial by 1 factorial, 2 factorial, 4 factorial. So this is the final answer. You can cross check and you are going to get it to be 665. This is the integer based session, right? So integer based questions, all the answers are going to be integer wise. You can solve it basic you can see they are factorials only, you are going to get the answer. So this is only purely distribution based question, right? So this is about the question number 11. Let's move on to the next question now. So this question seems to be containing some vectors related questions, right? All the chapters are being covered. See, one thing maybe you will be understand, right? Which are the most important topics in advance, which are the most important topics in advance you will be asking. So there won't be anything like that. All the topics will be covered. You have to be comfortable at any given level in all the given chapters, right? There won't be anything like an important chapter like that. So all the chapters will be equally covered. You have to understand this. So now let's see, this question is related to vectors. What's given in this question? OP vector, position vector is given in terms of alpha. OQ is given in terms of beta. And OR is given, it's a direct position vector given to us without any unknowns. So 3 position vectors and alpha, beta are non-zero real numbers. O is the origin, that's fine. So this is the main important question. What is the importance of this? So OP cross OQ dot OR. So we have seen this somewhere, right? What this indicates? This is nothing but the scalar triple product. Scalar triple product, or you say box product, right? So he gave box product is 0. So if you remember, if box product is 0, many outcomes are there, we'll discuss one by one. So he is just asking the values of alpha and beta. They are the unknowns, you have to find the alpha and beta only. So what we can understand if scalar product is 0, that we will try to see. Now, there are 3 vectors. We can solve this question in 2 different ways. I'll tell you both. 3 vectors, scalar triple product, or you can say box product is 0. Box product is 0. So the first conclusion, what is the conclusion we can get? The first conclusion is determinant is 0. One basic condition, that will be 0 for the 3 vectors. this is a formula based going. If you want to go formula based, if you know just determinant is 0, that is fine. But conceptually also you can understand something. They are actually nothing but conclusion number 1. And what is the another conclusion? Another conclusion is they are coplanar. They are coplanar. Now, here you can also introduce the concept of linear dependency of the vectors also. Now, how can we introduce that? If 3 vectors are coplanar, so how we can express them? We can express one vector as the combination or linear combination of other 2 vectors. So, OP with some, let's suppose say some S plus some T. Those are real numbers, non-zero real numbers. OQ. S and T belongs to real numbers, right? So, linear combination of other, we can say linear dependency. So, using this concept also you can get it. So, one basic thing is, I will try to use this because I already can understand what is the coefficient of K in all the 3 given vectors. So, according to that, if you match what is S and what is T, alpha and beta are easy to get. So, let me write this OR vector I cap plus j cap plus half k cap. Now, I can do something. So, here OP vector has k cap and OQ vector has k cap, right? So, if k minus half k, so you will get half k, right? So, what I will try to do is, I will take this as OP vector as it is. I want to take OR vector as OP vector as it is minus half times OQ. That's how I can equate coefficients of k cap. Now, what is this OP vector? We will try to write alpha minus 1 by alpha into I cap plus j plus k cap minus half times OQ vector you have, So, I cap plus beta minus 1 by beta j cap plus k cap. Now, just collect the coefficients of I cap and j cap, half into I cap, 1 minus beta minus 1 by 2 beta into j cap. Then 1 minus half k, so that is half k. Now, compare left side and right side. So, it's very obvious. I cap, j cap, half k cap. So, half k cap, half k cap. So, rest of the things are you just have to equate them. Let's try to equate them. First thing is alpha minus 1 by alpha minus half is 1. And the second coefficient if you equate. So, 1 minus beta minus 1 by 2 beta is 1. So, let's see. Alpha minus 1 by alpha is 1 plus half, no? So, that is 3 by 2. So, this is 1 minus 1 by alpha, 3 by 2 you are getting. So, what is 1 by alpha? 1 by alpha is 1 minus 3 by 2 you are getting, right? You get minus 1 by 2. Alpha is minus 2, you can cross check that 1 minus 3 by 2. Yes. So, alpha is minus 2. Similarly, 1 minus something is 1. So, you can directly write beta minus 1 by 2 beta is 0. So, this comes when beta equals to 1. Alpha is minus 2. And what he is asking the question, one point is lying on the given plane. So, we got alpha and beta values, right? So, what does this point becomes? It becomes minus 2 comma 1 comma 2. So, finally, let's try to introduce minus 2 comma 1 comma 2 on the plane 3x plus 3y minus z plus L equals to 0, right? We can try to see minus 6, you get plus 3 minus 2 directly plus L equals to 0. So, let's see how much you are getting. So, you are getting L equals to 5. 8 minus 3. So, that's 5. So, the L value is the question asked, we got the L value as 5. So, this question is only a basic conclusion on the box product being 0. So, nothing else. And you should understand, either if you do that equals to 0 also, you are going to get the same answer, or you can use the linear dependency concept. Linear dependency of the vectors. Expressing one vectors as a linear combination of others. You can use the same concept. That's what I did. So that's it. I hope you have understood the solution. So let's move on to the last question in the section number 3, 13th question. what do we have? So this question is related to the probability, you can directly see. Now this is little bit tricky. So is it probability directly? Let's see, denote the probability, x taking the values of x. Next, suppose the points x comma p of x, so that means there is a point whose x coordinate is x and this is the y coordinate of the point. This is the x coordinate, this is the y coordinate, right? So x values are varying from 0 to 4. Now comes, he is asking that mean of x is 5 by 2 and variance of x is alpha. So this is a question related to probability as well as statistics, right? So let's try to see. Overall statistics question I can tell you. So given xi, pi, we know how to write the mean and variance. Let's try to understand what is given in this question. Okay, let me solve it here. So first, what are the xi values we have? Xi values are 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So what are the pi values? I don't know. P of 0, P of 1, P of 2, P of 3, P of 4. He's saying that we'll try to use one more information. All of the points are lying on a fixed straight line. What does it mean? Is he asking us to conclude anything from this? Let's try to see once what happens if I take all of them on a straight line. Let me take a straight line. So it can be anywhere like this. Just randomly I am taking. X equal to 0, the y coordinate will be P of 0. X equal to 1, y coordinate will be P of 1, right? It should be here actually. So x is 2, y coordinate is P of 2. 3, y coordinate is P of 3. X is 4, y coordinate is P of 4. Now being on the straight line, anything can be concluded. So here first thing you observe, in the given question, how to start I am just telling, in the given question only the xi values we know. We have no clue about pi values. How to get them? We basically know one equation that when you add all the probabilities, you should get 1, right? So one equation we have. But in that equation, many unknowns are there, no? I need any equation which can connect all of these variables. So how to do that? Use a straight line concept. For us given straight line, these many points we have, right? So can we do it like, you can equate the slopes of the given line? Yes, let's try to do slopes of the given line. For example, if you are doing these 2 points we are using, what do you get? y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. This slope is the same as, let's try to take the reference of p0 only. Next I'll take p2 and p0. Those 2 points I'll take. Then you write p2 minus p0 whole divided by 2 minus 0. So that is equal to p3 minus p0 whole divided by 3 minus 0. Then p4 minus p0 whole divided by 4 minus 0. So when all of them are equal, you can just equate them to another constant. So I can eliminate all these variables. I can just solve by using only k. Let's try to see. If you take p of k equals to, so what is the p of a equals to, you can try to get that answer. So what you are getting p of 1. So equating to k, you will get p of 1 equals to k times p of 0. What about p of 2? P of 2 is 2 times k plus p of 0. What about p of 3? 3 times k plus p of 0. Then p of 4. That's 4 times k plus p of 0. Okay? So, 2 unknowns we are getting. So, let's try to use first equation, that sum of all the probabilities is 1. So, what is that? First one is P0. Second one, P1. I can write in terms of K and P0. So, K plus P0, 2K plus P0, 3K plus P0 plus 4K plus P0. So, the overall sum is 1. So, how many P0s are there? You can select 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, 5 P0s we have. And how many K values we have? So, 4, 3, 2 and 1. 7, 10. 10 times K equals to 1. This is equation 1. Now 2 unknowns are here. How do we solve them? We want one more equation, right? 2 unknowns, 2 equations. So any other equation? Let's try to use the given information. Mean of x is 5 by 2. So mean of x is 5 by 2 means, so second equation what I am trying to get. So I am trying to get that mean of x. That means xi pi. This is 5 by 2. So using this I can generate another equation. So what is that? You can try to get that. So what is that xi pi? That's the mean. So you can get it as first one p naught into 0, that's 0. 1 into p naught or 1 into p1, 2 into p2, 3 into p3, 4 into p4 equals to 5 by 2. So if you just replace all of them, p naught as k plus p naught 2 times 2k plus p naught plus 3 times 3k plus p naught plus 4 times 4k plus p naught. So overall equals to 5 by 2. So let's try to get how many k values are there. So you can try to get it here. So you have 16 times 4 times 20 times 29 and 30 times you have k. And p naught also, let's try to see. 4 times, 3 times, 2 times and 1 time. So there are 10 times. 10 times p naught we got. So this is equal to 5 by 2. So we can cancel out 5 also. Simply it comes out to be 6k plus 2 times p naught equals to 1 by 2. So this is the second equation. So with using the given information we got 2 equations, right? So 2 equations, 2 unknowns, we can solve and get the values of k as well as p naught, right? So let's try to see how we can solve them easily. So to p naught you can just replace them over here, you can get the answer. If you get the k value and p naught value, so what you're going to identify? So variance of x is alpha, 24 alpha. You have to find the variance, right? Let me just clear over here. So anyways, we have seen this slide. So let me just remove them. So we need that information on the right hand side also. Let's try to use that information over here. So now, what is the variance? So variance, how to remember that variance? It's the mean of the squares minus square of the means. So it's going to be square of the mean. Anyways, the mean is given to us. So let me just write down whole square. So sigma xi square pi minus. So this is 5 by 2 whole square. So you just have to identify the xi pi values. And how do we get that? 2 equations, 2 unknowns. Definitely we can solve. We get the values of p naught and k values. So I hope this question is also not a very big question. The only thing is I tried to understand the values over here, or how to do p naught, p1, p3. Many variables are there. So we have just cut down all of them into only 2 variables. So this part is only the crucial part in this question. Rest all things are in statistics. Because in statistics there is no scope of asking other questions, right? There is only mean and variance. The formula is also already ready for you. So the concept of the probability only is the crucial part in these questions. Rest all things are same only. So that's how, this is the last question in section number 3. So let's finally enter into last section. That's the matrix match type of questions. So this section is going to be a little bit interesting only, because you can try to eliminate the options and you can get the answers, right? So 1 or 2 or 3 if you can solve, you will directly get the answer. But you have to remember that there was a negative marking in this question, right? So let's try to see how many of you got it correct and all. So this is the 14th question. So this is related to the matrices, as you can see, right? So let's see what he gave. Alpha and beta are distinct roots of one equation. Equation is given to you, so roots are also known. Now, no longer alpha and beta are unknowns. We know them. Next, T is a set containing 1 alpha and beta. So that is set of containing 3 elements. Set containing 3 elements. Next, so what is the information? So M is a matrix. That's fine. So RA is given as AI1, AI2, AI3. Sum of AI1, I2 and I3. That means, for example, if I want to write what is R1. So what is this R1? It's A11 plus A12 plus A13. So those are nothing but the first row elements. So indirectly they said that R1 is sum of the first row elements, R2 is sum of the second row elements, R3 is row of the sum of the third row elements. Similarly Cj. So you can guess that Cj is nothing but sum of the first column elements, C2 second column, C3 third column sum. So let's try to see next what do we have in this matrix. First question is, he's asking how many matrices with all entries in T we can make such that Ri Cj equals to 0 for all of them. That means he's asking make a matrix such that R1, R2, R3 is 0, C1, C2, C3 is 0. So how do I find it? And he is asking us to use the entries from T only. What is this T? Set containing 1 alpha beta. Now let's first of all find what are alpha and beta. What are this alpha and beta? So they are the roots of x square plus x minus 1 equal to 0. Can we get them? Yes. Use the quadratic formula minus b plus or minus b square minus 4ac by 2a. So you will get minus 1 plus or minus root 5 by 2. So what is the value of alpha we have? Alpha is minus 1 plus root 5 by 2. Beta is minus 1 minus root 5 by 2. Right? So now let's try to build a matrix. Now what are the entries I have? 1 or alpha or beta, right? And you can directly see what is the sum of this alpha and beta. See, root is there, that should be cancelled. Alpha plus beta is coming out to be minus 1. So now, how do I use? For example, if I take all ones, sum will not be 0. He is asking us to make the sum 0, right? I cannot take all alphas, all betas, or one alpha also I cannot take. So the only possibility is we need to have one alpha beta in complete one row. Same one alpha beta in the second row, one alpha beta in the third row. But remember that you cannot write like this because now here Ci, C1, C2, C3 also should be zeros. So you can try to understand. So how can we build this matrix over here? Let's try to see. Second column, second row cannot be this. So how can use this? So let's try to see to build the first row. How many ways we have? So we can say 3 numbers are there, 3 positions are there. So you can arrange them in 3 factorial ways. Now, in the second row, how can we place? Can we place one like again in 6 number of ways? No, we cannot, because already if 1 is here, you cannot place 1 here. So there are only 2 options, right? Alpha or beta. So it can be built in only 2 ways. Second row completely is overall in 2 ways. You can also get that ways also. Now let's suppose say in that 2 ways I am taking 1 here, alpha here, beta here. The another way is 1 here, alpha here, beta here. Now after writing 2 rows, how many positions or how many ways I have to fill the last row? You can see that column sum also should be 0. Already 1 and beta are here. So obviously the last position is alpha. So there is no other option. Directly you have to put it as alpha only. Directly you have to put beta. Directly there is 1. So to build last row, there is only one way. So until and unless entire matrix is done, you have to multiply all the number of ways. So how many total ways? Total matrices 3 factorial is 6 into 2 ways you are getting. So there are 12 matrices that you are going to get. So for the first one, the option is 2. So you can check the options also. In all the 4 options, only 2 options are having P as 2, right? So option B and option C. So let's go further. If you can check Q option, both are having 4. So there is no use. If you go for S also, both options are having 5. So you have cut down the entire process, right? Only if you find what is the correct value for R, you will get the answer. So let's try to do R only directly. So this one. So before that, let me just clear all the slide. Okay, now let's try to do R. Now what he is asking in R? This is very interesting. See here, M is a skew symmetric matrix and the number of elements in the set. So this is how the equation is. How many matrices will happen such that M into x, y, z should be equal to, so A12 0 and minus A13. How many such matrices we can build? So first of all he is saying that, sorry, this is A23. He is saying it's a skew symmetric matrix and it is of odd order. So what do we know about a skew symmetric matrix of odd order? So that is ultimately 0. So M is a skew symmetric matrix with odd order. So we say that determinant of M is 0. This thing we already got. But look at this equation. How this equation is placed. We should directly connect this to the system of linear equations. Why? Because he is asking the same thing. No. How many such elements, how many such matrices are possible? So it's nothing but the solutions only. So it can be either unique solution or infinite solutions or none of the solutions. So according to that we have options also, 0, infinite and 1. So now when determinant of the given coefficient matrix is 0, how many options we have? It might be either infinite solutions or none of the solutions, right? No solution. Now further what I have to do? Let us say M equals to, let me try to build this matrix, skew symmetric matrix, no? 0, 0, 0, A, B, C. This is minus A, minus B, minus C. Now let's try to take this equation. So 0, minus A, minus B, A, O, minus C, B, C, 0 into x, y, z. This comes out to be, what is A12? A12 is what? Minus A. And this is 0, A23. That is C. That means here delta is 0. Now to understand infinite solutions or no solutions, we have to go with delta 1, delta 2, delta 3. What are they? So what is this delta 1? What is this delta 1? Replacing this column in first column. Can you observe that if you replace here, first column and second column will be identical. So the determinant will be obviously 0. Now delta 2. If you replace it here in the second column, nothing is changing. But we already know that the skew symmetric matrix of odd order is having 0 determinant. So delta 2 is also 0. What about delta 3? Replace the column in the third one. Now if you are replacing this here, second column and third column becomes identical. Again the determinant will be 0. Now if all of them are zeros, what is the only option we have? Infinite solution. Yes, infinite solution. So that's the option for the R. So for R option, what is the option we are having? Infinite. So for R it is 3, we observed, and for P we have understood that is 2, right? So according to that you can eliminate all the options. You have only one option, that is option number C. So the correct option is C. So in this case you don't have to do Q and S also, but then those are also very easy. You can try to solve them easily. So that's about the 14th question matrix. This is completely about the matrices, right? So let's see what do we have in the next question. 15th question. So here in 15th question, what do we have? So let the straight line touches the circle. So this is coordinate geometry related, I can tell you. So straight line is touching a circle with center 0, alpha. It's having radius r. It's touching at a point A1. So how do we try to see this? We know what is that line. Let's try to see the line. Let's construct what he is actually telling us. So y equal to 2x is obviously a line passing through origin. Now there is a circle touching this line. Where is that circle? Center is at 0, alpha. 0, alpha and alpha is greater than 0. So that is above the, you can tell, x-axis. So somewhere over here I want to take this as 0, alpha. It's the center of the circle, right? So you can actually draw a circle. Yes. So this is touching the line at a point A1. So let's take this point as A1. and he's saying the radius is r. So this is the right angle. I hope it's clear. And this entire value is alpha over here, right? Next, B1 is a point such that line segment A1 B1 is a diameter. So if you extend this, the other end of the diameter, this is B1. This information is given in the question paragraph. Then he also gave you the value alpha plus r. So two unknowns, one equation he already gave. So we have to try to get another equation using the given situation, and all the options are just finding alpha, r, a1 and b1. So let's try to solve this situation. Now, do I have any other equation I can generate using alpha and r? So how do I generate? I have this line, I have this point, I have the distance r. So why don't I apply the perpendicular distance concept over here? So if I apply the perpendicular distance concept, so perpendicular distance concept is distance is r from 0 comma alpha to y equal to 2x. So let's try to put that. So this line is 2x minus y equals to 0. So perpendicular distance. So that's minus alpha by root of 2 square plus 1. That's 5. Yes, we have generated another equation. So what is the relation between alpha and r? So alpha is actually root 5 times r. And using the given information, alpha plus r equals to 5 root 5, right? So alpha plus r. Alpha is root 5 times r plus r is 5 plus root 5. 5 plus root 5. So when this will happen? Only in the case r equals to root 5. You can cross check also. If r equals to root 5, this becomes 5 and this is plus root 5. The only option is r is becoming root 5. Do we have options? Let's check. R, Q point, you can see that is 2. So for Q, the option became 2. You can even check the options also. Now if you check the options, option A is having Q2, option C is having Q2. So two options are eliminated. So let's try to see what else is different in these two. For P option, both of them are 4. Fine, you don't have to calibrate that. This is just a time saving thing that you can do in the examination, that's it. So this is S3, S3, P4, P4. So it doesn't matter if you are solving P and S. So you have to solve only R, you will get the answer. So let's try to see R then. What is this R? A1. So can we find this A1? Now what is this point A1? It's the point on the line y equal to x. Can we get this point? Now how do I get this point? Let's try to do something over here. So this point is origin O, and we have the distances also, right? So at how much distance A1 is existing from the origin, that you can write, you will get the answer directly. So the concept over here is, this can be written as parametric forms, right? Distance if you are using, you can use parametric forms. 0 plus the distance, let's say the distance is d times cos of theta. So theta, if you are taking this as theta, this is theta, cos theta. And 0 plus that d times sin theta you have to use. Sin theta you are going to use. Yes, sin theta you are going to use. So how do I get this distance and how do I get all these values? Sin theta and cos theta also I need to get. So you can directly get that. The same value will be from cos theta. This is 90. This is also theta, right? So from this, can we get sin theta and cos theta? We have r as root 5. Can we get alpha value? Alpha value can we get over here? So this entire value is alpha. So over here only, what is this theta? This is tan inverse of minus 2. Can I say? Sorry, tan inverse of 2. So tan theta is 2, the slope of the given equation. So what is sin theta? Sin theta and cos theta. So both values you will be getting. So tan theta is 2 means generally we take a triangle. So tan theta is 2, 1. This is root 5. So from this, if you are taking sin theta, you get it as 2 by root 5. You get cos theta, it is 1 by root 5. These two you can apply over here. What about this d? So this distance can be make out. So already use the same thing over here. In the same thing, what is sin theta or cos theta? Sin theta you can try to see, right? Sin theta, what is that? The opposite by hypotenuse. So opposite we don't have. Let's try to use, what do we have? Side by hypotenuse. No? Cos theta we'll try to use. instead of sine, we'll try to use cos theta. Cos theta in the given question, r by alpha. R by alpha is given as 1 by root 5, right? 1 by root 5. So this is cos theta. So what is alpha? R root 5. So that's coming out to be 5. So alpha value also we got. So this is 5. So what is the distance that is going to be over here? So that's opposite by hypotenuse. So here you can use sin theta. So we're using sin theta over here. So the d value whole divided by the hypotenuse 5. So this is coming out to be 2 by root 5. So what is the d value? So that is 2 root 5 you're going to get. Yes, so now we have d value cos theta as well as sin theta. Let's try to apply over here. 0 plus 2 root 5 times, what is cos theta? We have cos theta as 1 by root 5. 1 by root 5. Then 0 plus 2 root 5 into 2 by root 5. 2 by root 5 you have. So you can try to get that. Root 5 is getting cancelled. It is 4 and you are going to get as 2. So you are getting 2 comma 4. So for which one? For R we are getting the answer as 5, 2 comma 4. So you can cross check in these two options. R is having 5 in which option? R is having 5 in C option only. So therefore the correct option is only C. Similarly, when the situation is in our handle, no, in our hand, we can also find D1, we can also find alpha also. Alpha we already got, you can cross check that. Alpha is 4, P4. So alpha is 5, we got it correct. Now B1, now after getting all of them, B1 how do we find? You can use the same slope of this is minus 1 by 2. From this we have the distance 2r. You can use the parametric forms, you can get the B1 also. So automatically B1 will come out to be minus 2 comma 6. You can cross check that. So this is about the 15th question. So let's move on to the next parametric question. So this question is about the 3D geometry. So there are two lines given to you, L1 and L2, completely 3D question. So R1 be a point of intersection of L1 and L2. Point of intersection is given. N denotes the unit normal vector with the plane containing L1 and L2. Let's see what is in the matrix, in the match. So gamma, what is gamma he is asking. So where is this gamma? It's in the given line. And possible choice for N we have to find. He is asking about the point of intersection and this. So altogether we have to find what is the normal vector and what is the point of intersection. These two things let's try to analyze now. Now let's try to solve it over here. Now here two lines are given to you. Can we get the normal vector? Let's try to see here. So one line is given to us L1 on which the point is given as, let's try to say this point is A1. So minus 11, minus 21, minus 29, right? And the line and the vector parallel to it also given to us. Vector parallel to it is 1, 2, 3. That means I cap, 2 j cap and 3 k cap. Next, let's try to take another line. This is the L2. Parallel to L2 we don't know because that is gamma is given to us. So let me write 3 I cap plus 2 j cap plus gamma into k cap. Now, another point on this line is given to us. So that is minus 16 comma minus 11 comma minus 4. So in this situation, how many vectors are known to us? Actually 3 vectors are known to us, right? So one vector is already here. This vector we will try to avoid because there is unknown. AB vector will try to use. AB vector will try to use. So let's say this is B1 vector, this is B2 vector. Now, using two vectors, can we get the normal vector perpendicular to this plane? Yes. So instead of finding this, let's try to find normal vector first. So I can simply get it as AB cross B1 vector. Simple, right? So what is this AB cross B1 vector? Let's try to find out. For N vector, no, we'll try to use this. What is this B1 vector? I cap, j cap and k cap. And AB cross we are doing, no. So for AB, let me try to write what is AB vector here. OB minus OA. So you are getting it as minus 5 I cap minus 11 plus, so you are getting plus 10 j cap and minus 4 plus 25, no. So you are getting plus, sorry, 29, so plus 25 you are getting k cap. Actually, when you're using this cross product, you can take 5 common and also you can do that, no problem. Minus 2j cap minus 5k cap you are going to use. To make it very simple, right? So let's try to use this only in this. The coefficients of AB vector 1, minus 2, minus 5. Then the coefficients of B1 vector. What is B1 vector? 1, 2, 3. So write 1, 2 and 3. So you get the vector directly. Let's try to see n vectors. I cap into minus 6 plus 10 you get. Minus j cap into 3 plus 5 you are getting. And then k cap into, so you get it as 2 plus 2. So it's finally 4i cap minus 8j cap plus 4k cap. All you have to find is unit vector, right? So let's try to simplify it further. So unit vector. So you can just write the vector and divide its magnitude. Anyways, 4 gets cancelled and just write here. So what is the magnitude over here? 1 plus 4 plus 1. So what is the n vector over here? I cap minus 2j cap plus k cap whole divided by root 6. So this is one possibility vector, right? For the n vector I can tell you. So let's check the options also. N vector. So option Q. For the option Q, possible choice for n cap. So you can check the option number 4. 1 minus 2 plus k. So we have 1 minus 2 plus k by root 6. So we can map this Q option to 4. You can check the options, how many options has 4. So all the 3 options are having 4, right? So we'll try to go for the next one then. So option D is anyways eliminated. The remaining questions let's try to check. Let's go with the P1. Gamma equals to. How can we get this gamma? Now look at the situation. We already have a unit vector which is perpendicular to this plane, right? So now we can try to use this. So there is a normal vector like this. Normal vector and B2 vector are perpendicular. So what happens? The dot product becomes 0. If you apply dot product, won't it become 0? Yes. Now we are using n vector dot B2 vector as 0. So what is this n vector? I'll just use I cap minus 2j cap plus k cap. Dot product with B2. 3i cap, 2j cap plus gamma times k cap. This is 0. So what is the information? 3 minus 4 plus gamma is 0. What is the value of gamma that we are getting? Gamma we are getting it as 1. So how many options are satisfied? You can check that gamma equals to 1. So P is mapping to 3. P is 3 and Q is 4. Now you can eliminate B also. A and C you can try to check. Now let's try to see R is mapping to anyways 1. Let's go for S. S is mapping to OR5. So what is this? Possible value of OR1 dot n cap. So OR1 dot n cap. So we have to find the R value, right? What is R value over here? It's the point of intersection of the given two vectors. So how do we get this? So we can try to solve it over here. I'll just clear this entire thing. Okay, so finding the point of intersection of two lines. So first line is x plus 11 by 1, y plus 21 by 2, z plus 29 by 3. So equate it to lambda. Next, x plus 16 by 3, y plus 11 by 2, z plus 4 by gamma. So and gamma value is 1, we got it, right? So you take it as mu. So equating them only. So let's try to see. Lambda minus 11 over here, right? Lambda minus 11. That one equals to, this is x actually. That is equal to 3 mu minus 16. And what is y? In the first equation it is 2 lambda minus 21. In the second equation it is 2 mu minus 11. Next, z value is 3 lambda minus 29. In second equation it is mu minus 4. So from these three we can try to get the alpha value or gamma or mu value, I can tell you. So use these equations, you will get it. Lambda minus 3 mu equals to minus 15 is one equation. You can use this one, 2 lambda minus 2 mu. So you are going to get it as 10. So you can already simplify this one. It equals to 5. So lambda is 5 plus mu, you can get it over here. So 5 plus mu minus 3 mu equals to minus 15. You are getting minus 2 mu equals to minus 20. So what is the value of mu? You are getting that's 10. So mu is 10. You can directly get the value of r, right? Let's try to see what is this OR vector. Mu is directly 10, right? So what is that OR? If you are taking mu as 10, 30 minus, you are getting 16, right? So you will get 14 I cap, then 20 minus 11, you are getting 9 j cap, plus 10 minus 4, you are getting 6 e cap. So we got the OR vector. So OR vector we got, and he's just asking you the OR dot n cap, dot product with n cap only. So you can cross check with the options, you will get one of the options, either 2 or 5, right? So this is about the question that is related to completely 3D geometry lines questions, right? So that's how I hope you understood this question. Let's move on to the final question of mathematics in paper 1. So now this is related to calculus, differential calculus and all, right? Let's try to see what is given. F of x function, splitwise function is given to us. G of x also splitwise function is given. And one very big function h of x is given. This is a combination of all f of x and h of x and g of x. So what do we have in the match? So a value, b value, c value and d value. Let's try to put them and find out, right? Let's solve this one. So first one, P1 we are doing. So in this, all of them, A is 0, B is 1, C is 0 and D is 0. All of them are zeros, D is 1. So what happens to the h of x? So what happens to h of x? The coefficients A is 0, C is 0, D is 0. So h of x will become g of x plus g of half minus x. We have to add two functions. So what is g of x actually? So it's 1 minus 2x, 0 less than or equals to x less than or equals to half, 0 otherwise, fine. What about g of half minus x? So in the place of x, we place half minus x, right? So we'll just put half minus x wherever we find x. So here also you are going to place it as half minus x, 0 otherwise. So let's try to simplify this. You are going to get it as, so 1 and you will get it as 1 and you will get it as 2x. And if you simplify this, minus half, again you are going to get as 0 to half, 0 otherwise. Is it not? So now we can directly write what is g of x plus g of half minus x. So the function is coming to be 1 when it is from 0 to half, and it is otherwise it's coming out to be this so and so, 0. So which type of function is h of x function? You can try to get. You can see the range. For p value, range of h is 0, 1. So this is h of x function, right? h of x. That is giving the outputs as only either 1 or 0. So definitely the range is 0 or 1. So p1 we can map with option number 5. So how many options are there? Option number B and option number C. 2 options. We can eliminate A and D. Now let's go with the other matrix, like either Q, R or S. Anything you solve, you will get that. So let's try to go with this Q option. Now let me try to erase this. So we'll go with Q here. Yes. We'll go with Q. Now A is 1. B is 0, C is 0 and D is 0. So what is f of x? Sorry, h of x. A is 1. So it is directly equal to f of x. He is saying that. Is it not? So what is this f of x? F of x is x into mod x into sine 1 by x 0. This is when x not equal to 0. This is when x equals to 0. We have to identify whether this function is differentiable or 1, 1 or on to these all things you can try to get it, right? So what do we know about this function? Let's try to get LHD at x equals to 0. At x equal to 0, what is the derivative? So how do we find the LHD? So that is given as, we'll try to find out. So 0 minus, right? So f of 0 minus f of h by 0 minus h. The f of 0 is anyway 0, minus h means h into mod h square into sine 1 by h whole divided by minus h. You are getting h into sine 1 by h. So this is LHD. Similarly, we will do RHD, we will get the answer. RHD at x equals to 0. So f dash at 0 plus. So this is f of h minus f of 0 by h you are going to get, right? So you can try to get it. What is f of h? H square into sine 1 by h minus 0 by h. So here also you are getting the same answer. So even this is 0 and this is 0. So left hand derivative and right hand derivative, both of them we got as 0. So it's actually differentiable at x equals to 0, we can tell. So it's, and other portions everywhere it's a constant function, you don't have to check. So therefore we can actually map this q option to option number 3. So we got q as 3 and we got p as 5. And the only option that is matching is option number C. So we got correct option is option number C. Similarly, we can go with the other two also. R and S are also very simple. You have to take C equal to 1 once and also D equal to 1. So I hope all the questions you have cross-checked with these questions, right? So this is how I can tell section 3 and section 4 are actually moderate to easy type of questions in mathematics, right? So let's end up the session of mathematics over here. So you can just take a break of 2 minutes and upcoming session will be about the chemistry session, right? So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Are you bored of your typical online classes that don't cater to your unique learning needs? Introducing our high-fix program, online learning, offline doubts.
Practice makes man perfect. Have you heard this quote? So does repeating with our long-term coaching makes you perfect with your JEE or NEET preparation. With special focus on physics and chemistry, structured weekly tests, experienced faculty, comprehensive study material, with proven track record of top ranks. Join our long-term coaching to fulfill your engineering or medical dreams.
Hello everyone, this is Shravan Kumar, Senior Chemistry Faculty. Now we are discussing the chemistry topic, chemistry questions. See, I hope all of you are doing very well. Now verify the questions with your answers. See this one. Now we are discussing this. See the question number 1 is a closed vessel contain 10 grams of ideal gas. So weight of X is given 10 grams. Ideal gas X at temperature 300 is given. Continuation. Which exerts 2 atmosphere pressure, that is pressure P1 is equals to 2 atmospheres. At the same temperature, that is T2 also same temperature 300 kelvins. 80 grams of another ideal gas, that is Y weight is given 80 grams. Added to the vessel and pressure became 6 atmosphere. That means the pressure is, total pressure is given as 6 atmospheres. That means it consists of X and Y. Total value is equal to 6 atmosphere. Pressure of X is already we are given, that is 2 atmosphere. So Py is equals to 6 minus 2, that is 4 atmospheres. So pressure of Y is equals to 4 atmospheres is given. Next, the ratio of root mean square velocities of X and Y at 300 kelvins. So what is the root mean square, that is RMS velocity? C RMS is equals to square root of 3RT by M. Which value we have to calculate? Velocities to the X and Y, that is Cx to the Cy is equals to R3PV by Mx. Here we can written as root 3PV by M also, because of PV is equal to nRT, based on that, into My by 3Pv. So 3Pv get cancelled. So Cx by Cy is equals to My by Mx. This is the equation 1. Now based on this given data, apply the ideal gas equation. PV is equals to nRT. N is nothing but number of moles, that is weight by gram molecular weight. So based on that, PV is equals to weight by gram molecular weight into R into T. So based on that, PV by W is equals to RT by M. So based on this, apply this one, PV by W of X by PV of W of Y is equals to My by Mx we are getting. Substitute the values. Volume is same volume, so that means V1 is equals to V2. So VV get cancelled. Apply these values. P of X is equals to 2 by what is the weight of X, that is 10 grams. It goes to numerator. Then W of Y comes to the numerator. W of Y is equals to 80 by P of Y. P of Y is equals to 4. So by calculation of this, then we get 4. My by Mx value is equals to 4:1. Substitute this value from equation 1 and 2. Substitute these values. Cx by Cy is equals to square root of 4 by 1. That is equals to 2:1. So in given option, the correct answer is D. So the velocity ratio of X and Y is 2:1. This is the answer for the first question in chemistry. See the next question. See here, same question, sorry. Now, at room temperature, disproportion of aqueous solution of in situ generated nitrous acid. That is, situ is nothing but original form. So nitrous acid formula is HNO2. When it is disproportionate, then we get HNO3 along with NO. So that means this is splitted into NO3 minus H plus and NO as usual. In aqueous medium is given. In aqueous medium, what happened? The H plus ion is absorbed by the water, then we get H3O plus. So what are the ions we get in this? 3 ions. What are the 3 ions? H3O plus, NO3 minus, NO. So these are the ions are present in option A. So this is the correct answer for the second one. For second one, first option is the correct. See the third one. Aspartame is given. It is a sweetener, artificial sweetener, all of you know. A dipeptide aspartyl phenylamine methyl ester. The structure of this is. So this is the given data. So based on this, we have to draw the structure. So first of all, aspartic acid, OH, NH2, OH. This is the aspartic acid. Next, write the phenylalanine. So based on this, pH, NH2. For my convenience purpose, I wrote like this. OH. So what happened here? The water molecule is loosed, undergoes to the condensation with loss of water. Then we get the peptide bond. OH, NH2, CO, NH, pH, OH. So for this, what the question is given? Methyl ester is mentioned. So add the methyl ester. By addition of methyl ester, we get this product NH2, CO, NH, pH, OCH3. So this is the structure is matched with in given options is B. So for third question, the correct answer is B. So first of all, what happened here? Phenylalanine and aspartic acid is combined together, then form this compound.
In this one, peptide bond is existed. Dipeptide contains one peptide bond. Then undergoes to the reacting with methyl ester, then we get the aspartate. So this is a, for third question, second option is correct. See the fourth question. Among the following options, select option in which each example in set 1 shows geometrical isomerism. So first cell compulsory geometrical isomerism, and second set must be ionization. So ionization isomerism, I think all of you know, that is same molecular formula but produces different number of ions are produced. That is known as the ionization isomerism. Geometrical isomerism, that is cis trans isomerism, are also special case is facial and meridional isomerism. So based on this, the given options, which one is follow this one? That is C. CO, NH3 taken thrice, NO2 taken thrice, and CO, Cl2. Now see the first one. It is, but here this one is shows the ionization isomerism. Third option is also shows the ionization isomerism. But first one is not shows the geometrical isomerism. So based on that one, the third option is correct. Or see the structures. C. CO, NH3, 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 NO2, NO2, NO2. So this is known as the facial isomerism. NH3, NO2, NH3, NH3, NO2, NO2. Next, CO. This is also already we know, that is M, AB taken twice, C2 type of isomer. This is also shows the geometrical isomerism. So based on this, the correct option is C. Here it is not shows the geometrical isomerism. So for fourth question, the correct option is C. See the next one. Among the following, the correct statements are. What are the statements are correct? So four statement type of question is given. See the first one. Uncertainty principle rules out the existence of definite path of electron. So it is correct according to uncertainty principle. C. Energy of an electron 2s orbital of an atom is lower than the energy of an electron in infinity distance. At infinity distance, what is the energy? 0. Energy of second, that is minus 13.6 into z square by n square. Z square by n square, the value is become as minus 3.4. Here we get the negative sign. Here it is a negative sign. Here it is a 0. So that means second option is also correct. First option is also correct. Go for third one. What is the one? According to Bohr's model, the most negative energy value of an electron is given by n is equal to 1. So what is the energy for nth orbit? That is minus 13.6 into z square by n square. Suppose if you are substitute the n is equals to 1, z is equal to 1 for hydrogen atom. Then what is the energy for first orbit? Minus 13.6 electron volt per atom. Suppose n is equals to 2, energy became minus 3.4. So this one is the least energy. So that means third statement is also correct. Go for fourth. According to Bohr's model, the magnitude of velocity of an electron. What is the velocity of an electron according to Bohr's atomic model? That is 2.18 into 10 power 8 into z by n. So what is the relation between velocity and nth orbit? Inversely proportional. So if n value increases, velocity will be decreases. But what is the value is given? Velocity increases with increase in n value. But what is the relation? Inversely proportional. So fourth statement is wrong. So based on this, what are the options are correct for this? Option A, option B, option C. These three are correct for the given question. See the next question. A reaction of isopropyl benzene with oxygen followed by the treatment with acidic medium and water. See this one. Now isopropyl benzene. This is the isopropyl benzene reacting with oxygen in presence of acidic hydrolysis. Then we get what the values are given. What is the given data? Phenol is produced and along with acetone we get. So acetone is given as which one? P. Byproduct P. Reaction P with 3 equivalents of chlorine. Take the P. 3 equivalents of chlorine. Then we get, sorry, C. We get CCl3, CO, CH3, and we get the 3 moles of HCl we get. So what is the value? 3 chlorines gives the compound Q. This is a compound Q. Treatment of Q with calcium hydroxide. CH3, CO, CCl3 reacting with which one? Calcium hydroxide. Calcium hydroxide. For balancing this we get CHCl3. Okay, CHCl3 is nothing but given as R plus CH3 COO taken twice Ca. So this is the S. So this is the given data based on the given question. Now what is the first option? The reaction of P and R in presence of KOH. What is the P? Acetone with R. What is the R in this? CHCl3 chloroform in presence of base. What happened here? This bond is shifted to here. So finally rearrangement takes place. We get OH CCl3. So the first option is formed. So first one is correct. See the second one. Reaction of R with oxygen in presence of light gives the phosgene gas. What is the formula for phosgene gas? COCl2. This is the formula for phosgene. When the phosgene is formed according to given data, reaction of R with O2. What is the R in this? CHCl3. CHCl3 reacting with water, oxygen in presence of sunlight, then it is converted to COCl2. So phosgene is produced. So that means second statement is also correct. Go for third verification. Q reacting with aqueous NaOH. What is the Q? Here this is the Q. See this one. CCl3 CO CH3. It is reacting with NaOH. Then what is the product we get? That is CHCl3 plus CH3 COONA. We get this product. But what is the given option? COONA CCl3. But here what is the product we get? CH3 we get. But in that one CCl3 is given. So that means third option is wrong. Go for fourth option. S on heating gives the P. So what is the S in this one? Calcium salt we are getting CaO CO CH3 O CO CH3. On heating what happened? Decomposed into calcium carbonate. CaCO3 is coming outside. Plus remaining product. What is the remaining? CH3 CO CH3 we get. So that is a P. So that means option D also correct. So for the given question, what are the answers? A, B and D. These three are correct for the sixth question. See the next one. which at least 3 molecules follows octet rule. Octet rule means having the around the molecule, if 8 electrons are present, then that is the octet rule. So verify this, then we get the answers A and D. Simple one, carbon dioxide. Actually it is a bent structure, sorry. C2H4. Here around the carbon 4 bonds are present, so each bond contains the 2 electron, 4 to the 8. Here also around the first carbon, around the second carbon is also 4 bonds, 8 electrons. NO. But here this one is only not satisfy the octet rule. But what is the statement? 3 molecules. So in first option, first one, second one is shows, third one is not shows. See the HCl. So this one is also satisfy the octet rule. Similarly carbon dioxide, but BCl3 is not shows the octet configuration. Ozone is shows, C2H4 is also shows. Ozone, see the structure. This is the structure. So that means in the 7th question the correct answer is A and D. So this is the correct one. See the next question. So the given data is, see this one. Consider the following volume temperature diagram for the expression of number of moles is given 5 of an ideal monoatomic gas. Okay, for monoatomic gas is given and this is the data. Now considering only PV work is involved, the total change in enthalpy. This is the question. See this one. But if you x to y, if you take this x to y from this position to this position, what happened here? Temperature is constant. If temperature is constant, what about the work? 0. Enthalpy also 0. That means there is no change in enthalpy x to y, but only change in enthalpy from y to z. So enthalpy change we have to calculate from y to z. So in this one, what is the y value is given? Volume is 20 liters is given. This is a constant. So that means isochoric. Isochoric. So for isochoric, what's the delta H? Delta H is equals to NCV delta T. This is the equation. N is given. What's the value of N is given? That is 5. Delta T. Delta T is nothing but T2 minus T1. That is 415 minus 335. That is 80. Delta T value we know. What's the one more value we have to calculate? That is the CV. So calculation of CV, we use the Cp minus Cv is equals to R. So Cv is equals to, sorry just wait, NCP delta T, sorry not NCV, because of at constant pressure only we are getting the which one? Enthalpy. So that's why R plus Cv. So in the question Cv value is given. What is the Cv value? 12 joules per Kelvin. Substitute the value. Cp is equals to, R value is given 8.3, Cp is given as 12, total 20.3. Substitute the value here. So delta H is equals to NCP delta T. So 5 into 20.3 into 80. If you calculate this value, then we get 5 into 203 into 8. 8 into 5, 40 into 203. By calculating of this, then we get 8120 joules. So for this question, what's the answer? 8120 joules. So this is the answer for the question. Now let's go for the next question. So one reaction is given, 2H2 plus 2NO gives rise to N2 plus 2 H2O. And for this, what we have to calculate? Order of the reaction we have to calculate. So order of the reaction is nothing but sum of the powers of concentration terms in rate equation. That is known as the order. But here different steps are given. But always rate is applied for which one? Slowest step. So for slow step we have to apply the rate equation. See this one. So rate is equals to K into, what's the slow reaction? Second step is the slow reaction. So apply this N2O2 into H2. This is the equation 1. So, and one more equation is given, equilibrium reaction. By equilibrium reaction, we get the equilibrium constant K. Equilibrium constant K is nothing but rate of forward reaction by rate of backward reaction. So rate of forward, what is the rate of forward? K1 by rate of backward, K minus 1 is equals to concentration of product by concentration of reactant, N2O2 by NO power 2. But in equation which value we have to know? N2O2 value we have to substitute. For getting N2O2 is equal to cross multiplication K1 by K minus 1 of NO power 2. This is the equation 2. So from equation 1 and 2, what we get here? Rate is equals to K into, in place of N2O2 we can substitute this one, K1 by K of minus 1 NO power 2 H2. K into something, it is also, K is constant, K1 is also constant, K minus 1 is also constant. Constant into constant, that value is K. NO power 2 H2. So what's the power values here? 2, here 1. So what is the order? 2 plus 1, that is equals to 3. So for this given question, what is the order of the reaction? 3. So this is the third question. That means ninth question answer is 3. See the next question. Complete reaction of acetaldehyde with formaldehyde upon heating with concentrated NaOH gives the P and Q. Compound P does not give the tolerance test, whereas Q on acidification gives the positive tolerance test. Treatment of P with excess of cyclohexanone in the presence of catalytic amount of PTSA gives the product R. So what we have to calculate? Number of methylene groups and number of oxygen atoms we have to calculate within the R. That means first of all what we have to identify? What is the reaction is takes place? See this one. Acetaldehyde with formaldehyde. So acetaldehyde CH3 COH. When it is reacting with 3 moles of formaldehyde, okay, in presence of NaOH, we get this product, or here excess of NaOH, instead of this we can mention this one also. It undergoes to the aldol condensation and Cannizzaro reaction. So in this one, 3 aldol condensations are takes place, 1 Cannizzaro reaction is takes place. By this one we get CH2OH, C, CH2OH, CH2OH, CH2OH we get. This is a P. And one more product also we get, that is a Q. That is a HCOO minus. This is a Q. Now, P does not give the tolerance test because of here there is no aldehyde group. Tolerance test is given by only aldehydes. But here alcohol functional group is there. So that's why this one is not gives the tolerance. But Q on acidification. Acidification is nothing but HCOO minus plus undergoes to the acidification we get HCl. COOH. Keto group is there, so that's why it is gives the product. So that is the which one? Okay, Q. Next, treatment of P with excess of cyclohexanone. What's the P? CH2OH, C, CH2OH, CH2OH, CH2OH. This is a P. Treatment with which one? Excess of cyclohexanone. This is a cyclohexanone. When it is reacting with cyclohexanone, excess quantity we are taken, then we get here because of here water molecules are loosed, then we get CH2O, CH2O. This is the product we are getting. Now see, what's the question? This is the R. What is the question? Methylene groups and oxygen atoms we have to calculate. How many methylene groups are there in the given product? See, how many CH2 groups? This is the one CH2 group. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 methylene groups. Next, and oxygen atoms. How many oxygen atoms are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So total how many number of oxygen atoms? 4 oxygen atoms. So by combining of this total we get 8. So what's the answer? 18 is the answer for this question. Next, see this one. Next. So different complexes are given. The total number of pieces in isoelectronic with nickel tetracarbonate. See, nickel tetracarbonate. So what's the atomic number of nickel is given? See in this one, 28 plus each carbonyl is a ligand. So each ligand is donate the one pair of electron. So that means how many carbonyls are there? 4. Each one donate the one pair of electron. 4 to the 8 electrons. So the sum of the value 28 plus 8, that is 36. Next, so this many electrons, how many components are having this many number of electrons? See, first one, vanadium. What's the atomic number for the vanadium? Vanadium atomic number 23 plus each carbon monoxide, carbonyl group donate the pair of electrons, 6 to the 12. So what's the value? 35. So this one is not equal to 36. So first one is wrong. Cr, CO taken 5. Chromium atomic number is 24 plus each one donate the one pair of electron. So 5 means 5 to the 10. So total 34. This one is also not satisfied. Next, CuCO3. Okay, so copper atomic number is 29. Each one donate the pair of electron, 3 to the 6. So that is 35. It is also not satisfied. Go with the next, Mn, CO taken 5. What is the manganese atomic number? 25. 5 to the 10. This is also not satisfied. Next, FeCO5. Ferrous. What is the atomic number for the iron? 26 plus 5 to the 10. That is 36. This one is satisfied. Next, here in this one, cobalt. What is the atomic number for the cobalt? 27. Gaining of 3 electrons. Carbonyl is a neutral ligand. So that's why atomic number became 3. Sorry, cobalt atomic number, what's the atomic number for the cobalt? 27, oxidation number 3, gaining of 3 electrons. Just wait, sorry. So, cobalt atomic number 27 minus plus 3 of 0 is equal to minus 3. So, yes, correct. So, here cobalt is 30 plus 3 2 is 6, 36. So, CO taken price minus 3. Okay, so this one is also satisfied. Next, go for this one. Chromium atomic number 24, gaining of 4 more electrons, 4. So 28 plus 4 2s are 8, 36. So this is also satisfied. CO taken 4 minus 4. So what are the components are satisfied? This one, and one more. It is also satisfied. Next, IrCO3, iridium. What is the atomic number? 77 plus 3 2s are 6. So that is 83. So how many are satisfied this one? 3 is the answer. Okay. So 3 is the answer for this. Next, see the 12th question. So in this one, this is a compound is given, undergoes to the different type of reaction, then we get the P. So first of all, we have to identify the what is the P. See the reaction. CH triple bond C, CH2 taken 15, COOET. What happened first of all reacting with? In presence of mercury undergoes to the hydrolysis. Mercuration, demercuration followed by the hydration. So based on this we get CH3, C double bond O, CH2 taken 15, COOET. This is the first step. Undergoes to the zinc amalgam, Clemenson. Okay, Clemenson reduction. So based on this, what's the product we get? CH3, CH2, CH2 taken 15, COOET. Okay, then undergoes to the hydrolysis, acidic hydrolysis and heating. Then what is the product we get? CH3, CH2 taken 16, COOH. So this is the product P. Now glycerol reacted with completely with excess of P. Excess of P is reacting with which one? Glycerol. So see this one. CH3, CH2 taken 16, COOH reacting with glycerol. CH2OH, CHOH, CH2OH. When this one is reacted, then so we are getting the product, so that's why I am erasing this. Now, here both are reacting together with loss of 3 water molecules. With loss of 3 water molecules, we get the product. See this one, CH2O. Here OH, here H will be eliminated. Then we get CO, CH2 taken 16, CH3. CHO, CO, CH2 taken 16, CH3, CH2O, CO, CH2 taken 16, CH3. Okay, so in presence of acid catalyst, see, glycerol completely react with P in excess of acid catalyst, form the Q. This is a Q. Reaction of Q with excess of NaOH, reacting with NaOH. Then followed by the treatment. First of all, what is the product we get? See, what is the product we get? Same glycerol we get again. Then what is the product? One more product we get. CH3, CH2 taken 16, COO in A. We get this product. Then it is reacting with calcium chloride. Calcium chloride. So we get which one? Calcium soap. What is the calcium soap? Ca, CH3, CH2 taken 16, COO taken first. So this is the product R. Now starting with 1 mole of Q. What is the 1 mole of Q? This is the 1 mole. When you take the 1 mole, how many moles of product we get? Here we get 3 moles. 3 moles of this one produce how many moles of salt? 3/2 moles of salt we get. So now what is the value? The amount of R is produced. So how many moles we get? 3/2 moles we get. So 3 moles of soap. Each mole weight you have to calculate because of already values are given. Carbon 12, nitrogen 14, oxygen 16. All these values we have. So if you substitute all these values, then we get 909 grams. So what is the answer for this? 900 grams. So initially this one is undergoes to the mercuration, demercuration followed by the hydration, then Clemmensen reduction followed by the acidic hydrolysis. Then after that reacting with which one? Excess of P in presence of acid catalyst reacting with glycerol form the Q. This is the Q and form the salt. Okay, this is a question. So what's the answer for the 12th question? 900 grams. See the next question. Among the following complexes, the total number of diamagnetic substances. See, first of all, ligands are given. Which one is here? Ammonia, weak field ligand. Chlorine is also weak field ligand. Fluorine is also weak field ligand. Fluorine is also weak field ligand. Ammonia also weak field ligand. But ethylene diamine is a strong field ligand. So based on this one, what happened here in presence of weak field ligand? Outer orbital complex is formed. In presence of strong field ligand, inner orbital complex is formed. And one more, here this may be in presence of weak field ligand, mostly, not always, mostly paramagnetic, but sometimes dia. But in these are always dia. But here in presence of strong field ligand, mostly diamagnetic, sometimes para. So here in this condition, this one is acting as diamagnetic substance. So for out of all these complexes, how many are shows the diamagnetism? Only one. Okay. So the 13th question answer is one only. Next question. See the 14th question. So here in this one, different data is given and titrate and titrant is given. Titrant is nothing but known concentration. Titrant is nothing but known concentration. Titrate is nothing but unknown concentration. By using of known concentration, we are calculating unknown concentration. See in this one, AgNO3 is known. According to Kohlrausch law, lambda of AgNO3 is equals to lambda infinity of Ag plus lambda infinity of NO3 minus. What's the Ag plus value is given? 6.2. So AgNO3, I am calculating directly 6.2 plus NO3 7.2. By calculating this one, 13.4 KCl. What is the K value is given? 7.4. Cl 7.6. So that means by using of known concentration value 13.4. So write the reaction AgNO3 plus KCl. It is a precipitate reaction. AgCl form the precipitate plus KNO3. So initially AgNO3 conductivity value is less. By adding of KCl to this, initially 15.0. So initially 15.0 means the conductivity value is more, but after this the value will be decreases, then again increases. So based on this, for this the suitable answer is here. Third one is the answer. Now, well-known is NaOH versus HCl. Both are strong acid and strong base. So, strong acid and strong base, for this the suitable graph is this one. For R is the 2 answer. For R is 2 answer for option A, option C, option D. Go for this one. NaOH versus acetic acid. Strong base versus weak acid. Strong base acid versus weak acid. For this the suitable graph is this one. So S is the 5. So that means this is ruled out. So we get the option A and option C. But in this one P is matches 3. So that means third option is correct for the 14th question. So for 14th question answer is 3. Next. XeF2 different components are given and how many lone pairs, what is the shape we have to calculate. See, Xe 0 group element are inert gases, so 8 electrons are present in outermost, so 3 lone pair of electrons are present. So it contains 3 lone pair of electrons. XeF2 contains the 3 lone pair of electrons. Which one is contain the 3 lone pairs? This one is. So P is satisfied with 5. So P is satisfied with 5 is A and B. So these two are wrong. Next, go for second. XeF4. So XeF4 contain the 2 lone pair of electrons based on the structure. So 2 lone pairs are present in which one? Here, this one. 2 lone pairs. Here 2 lone pair, here also is given, here also 2 pairs are given. But what is the structure for this? In this one the structure is here octahedral structure. So that means third one, Q is the third one. So that means Q is satisfied with B. So what is the suitable answer for this 15th question? B is the answer based on the hybridization. Next, C is this one. So different reactions are given. So what are the products are formed? See, first of all, reductive ogenolysis. By reductive ogenolysis, what happened here? We get this product. This is the first step. What is the second step? Aqueous NaOH. So aldol condensation. Then we get direct identity the product directly. So CH4, we get the alpha gamma beta unsaturated compound we get. So this is the 2 ethylene glycol. It is acting as a protective group for the aldehyde. So we get the product. So C O protective group for the aldehyde. Okay. Next. Under goes to the hydroboration BH3 followed by the H2O2, NaOH. Hydroboration. Hydroboration follows the anti-marconic of food. So based on this, carbon, we get this product. If it is marconic, then we get the product here. But it is followed the anti-marconic of food. Because of hydroboration follow the anti-marconic of food. Followed by this one, which one? Acidic hydration. Again we get the aldehyde back. OH, CHO, glycol is removed back. Next, sodium borohydride. This is the which one? Here. Sorry. This is the. Okay. Sorry. I am getting this one. Which one? Okay. OH, CHO. So this is the product. So for this, what's the product here? In this one we get the. What's the answer for this one here? Sorry, not this one. I am making the mistake here. So by reducing agent we get the product as CH2OH. So this is the answer. For this, what's the answer for this? Suitable answer is here this one. Okay. Is this correct? No, not this one. So for this, the answer is this one. So this one is matches this one. So P is matches with 3. P is matches with 3 in 3 options. So we have to verify the next one. So we have to verify this next one. See this one. By writing of this, we get same reaction. Same reaction, ozone, zinc, followed by the any answer. Okay. When it is undergoes the NaOH like this, same alkyl condensation like this, we get the product. So direct answer is A. If you match the same to same, next step is which one? Alkyl condensation. Then followed by which one? Same ethylene glycol, followed by the hydroboration, followed by the acidic hydrolysis, followed by which one? Sodium borohydride, reducing agent. Then we get the product is, that is direct answer is CH3OH we get. See this reaction. R. CH3. First of all, which one is ethylene glycol? Is the protective group for which one? Aldehyde or ketone? So O. This is the protective group. Followed by which one? Mercuration, demercuration, followed by the hydrolysis. So we get product. It follows the Markovnikov rule. Sorry. C. Third one. So first of all, which one? Ethylene glycol. So when it is reacting, it is reacting as a protective group for this one. Now it is reacting with which one? Mercuration, demercuration. Based on this one, we follow the product. OH. It follows the Markovnikov rule. So this is the product in second step. Followed by which one? NaBH4. NaBH4. Then we get followed by the hydrolysis. Then we get NaBH4. We get this product OH. Now This is the product. We get this product. So this is satisfied with which one? R is satisfied with 4. See this one. Same product we are getting. So R is matches with this one. P is matches with 3. Q is matched with 5. So all these are satisfied with option A. See the next question. So for the next question, first of all reacting with molten NaOH. SO3H reacting with NaOH H3O plus. Then when it is direct NaOH reaction, we get the phenol followed by the nitration HNO3. When it is reacting with HNO3, so HNO3 gives OH. We get the nitro product is the answer. So this one is the which one? SO3H is satisfied with this carbon. So this one is satisfied with which one? That is this one, third one. Okay. So P is satisfied with 3. So P is satisfied with 3 is in option C and option D. Verify the Q. What is the Q? Nitrobenzene. Reacting with concentrated HNO3 followed by H2SO4. Okay. Then we get metanitro. Or this position we get the nitro. So this is the first step. What is the second one? Tin HCl, reducing agent. We get nitro group is converted to which one? NH2 group. Next, followed by the NaNO2, diazotization. NaNO2 followed by the HCl in presence of 0 to 5 degrees centigrade. So, sorry. Okay, sorry. Here. Okay, sorry. Now, diazotization. By diazotization we get. By diazotization we get this product. Yes. Diazotization we get. This one is the product. N2Cl. N2Cl. This is the diazotization. Followed by the hydrolysis. We get OH here and OH is also here. Followed by which one? HNO3 followed by the H2SO4. H2SO4 is followed by the HNO3 and H2SO4. H2SO4 is nothing but gives the OH, NO2, NO2, NO2. So this one is satisfied with which one? R is satisfied with 5. So R is satisfied with 5 is here in this one. Is this 5? Okay, sorry. Sorry. So here only mono substitution is takes place. So this is 4. So the option C is correct. So in this way we are getting the answer. Okay. Thank you. Within 1 minute, physics sir will contact with you. He will explain the physics. Okay. So this session taken by the Harish sir, is the senior physics faculty.
Thank you so much, sir. Hello everyone. So my name is Harish Sen and I am a senior physics faculty at Knowledge Hub. So we are going to start with physics paper 1 and let's look at the questions. According to me, the paper was moderate and many questions were there in which you could have solved the question. So let's start with physics. I'll join you shortly in 1 minute. Just give me a minute.
NEET Elite, your gateway to success in medical entrance exams. Are you an ambitious 10th, 11th grade student dreaming of a seat in top medical colleges, including AIMS? Join our NEET Elite batch. Look no further. Our comprehensive coaching program is tailored just for you. 1 year and 2 years integrated hybrid program. NEET Elite ensures cutting-edge curriculum, expert guidance, and personalized attention. But that's not all. We understand the importance of a comfortable learning environment with a focused and nurturing atmosphere. Enjoy the convenience of residential and transport facility. Limited seats. Enroll now to secure your seat in NEET Elite at Knowledge Hub by Sri Chaitanya.
Practice makes man perfect. Have you heard this
Hello.
quote?
My name
So
is
does
Hussain.
meeting with our long-term coaching makes you perfect with your JEE or NEET preparation. With special focus on physics and chemistry, structured weekly tests, experienced faculty, comprehensive study material with proven track record of top ranks. Join our long-term coaching to fulfill your engineering or medical dreams.
Hello,
Hello.
welcome students. My name is Hussain and I am senior physics faculty. So, as Savan sir has discussed chemistry paper, so we will be moving on to physics paper. So, according to me, physics was a good paper. It was moderately difficult, not that difficult, and many questions you can have attempted. So, we will be solving the questions and let's say what happens. Okay. So starting with the first question. So this question is from chapter units and time management, chapter 1 in class 11. So let's look at the problem statement. So in this question, a dimensionless, just give me a minute. Dimensionless quantity. Okay, a dimensionless quantity is constructed in terms of electronic charge E, permittivity of free space epsilon naught, Planck's constant h in speed of light c. So in this question, what is happening at a quantity? Let's suppose, let's say the quantity A, or let's give some other name. A quantity, let's say Z, is made as a function of speed of electronic charge E raised to alpha, permittivity of free space epsilon naught raised to beta, third Planck's constant raised to gamma, and delta. And the last one is speed of light. Yes, the last one is speed of light. Speed of light raised to gamma, delta. Okay. Now this left hand side is dimensionless. So now we will write for E. So E is my charge. Okay. So I equals to dq by dt, right? So dq is equal to I dt, right? So I can write this charge has dimension of ampere because current has dimension of ampere and T is time, right? So for E I can write ampere time. Now we move on to epsilon. For epsilon naught, I know the value of force F is given as K Q square upon R square. right? And I can write A as 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught q square upon r square. Correct? So epsilon naught will be proportional to q square upon f r square. Right? So the dimension of epsilon naught will become q. Q is ampere time upon ampere time square upon f. F is m l t minus 2 and this is r square, that is basically l square raised to beta. Now for h I will use mvr is equal to nh upon 2 pi. So the dimension of h is same as the dimension of angular momentum, that is mvr. So for h I will write mass m, velocity L, t minus 1, right? L t minus 1 and L is L raised to, this is raised to be gamma. Okay. And lastly, I have speed of light c. For c I will write L t minus 1 raised to delta. Clear? So now what I do, I gather the terms. I gather each and every term. So first, gathering term for mass m. So see, from m here I can get m raised to minus 1 and multiplied by beta. So I will get m minus beta. And from this I will get m raised to gamma. So minus beta plus gamma. Now I will take time, ampere. For ampere I will get alpha, a raised to alpha from this. Now from here a square and beta. So I will get plus beta. And here there are no terms of ampere. Now for time I will collect the alpha term from the first one. Then I will get c. This is t minus 2 and this is c square. So this will become t raised to 4 and t raised to 4 plus into beta, that will become 4 beta. And from this I will get t minus gamma. So minus gamma and lastly minus delta. This is the term for the t. And lastly the L. So for L I have L Q and it will go up, so it will become L minus 3 and L minus beta. So L minus beta, and from here I can get L raised to gamma plus delta. Clear? So now I know each and every term. Each and every term, this is 0, this is 0 because I know the delta was dimensionless. So from this equating I get beta equals to gamma. For this I will get alpha plus 2 beta is equal to 0. So I will get beta is equal to minus alpha by 2. Okay. Now I will solve this last equation. For the last equation I will get minus 3 beta plus gamma plus delta is equal to 0. So delta is equal to. Now I know what is this. I know beta is equal to gamma. So what can I write? Just give me a minute. So this was 3 beta, right? L was 3 beta minus 3 beta L square. So 2 gamma. Just give me a minute, I just forgot this term. So this will be 2 gamma plus delta. So 2 gamma plus delta. So I will get, since beta and gamma equals, so I will get delta equals to minus beta. So now correcting all the terms, what do I get? I get alpha beta equals to, from this I can get beta equals to minus alpha by 2. Gamma is equal to beta. Right? So gamma is equal to minus beta, that is minus alpha by 2, and delta is equal to beta. So that is equal to minus alpha. So I get, if I multiply it by 2n, so what do I get? I get 2n. Let's suppose this is 2n. So this is 2n. This will be minus 10, minus 10, and minus 10. So 2n. So option A is my correct answer. Okay, let's move forward to the second question. So, an infinite long wire. So this question is from magnetism. Okay. So bias Savart law has been used in this chapter. So let's move forward. An infinite long wire located on the z-axis. Okay. So an infinite long wire located on the z-axis carrying a current I along the positive z direction. Okay. So infinite long wire. So this is my axis, right? And the current is in which direction? The current is in positive z direction. The current is in positive z direction. The current is in this direction. Now, what he is trying to say, carries a current I along the z direction and produces magnetic field B. The magnitude of the line integral B dot dl. Okay. So he wants to find the integration B dot dl along the straight line from point minus root 3a comma a. So minus root 3a comma a will be some point here. So this is x coordinate is minus root 3a and y is equal to a. Okay. So if y is equal to a, so let's draw this line now. So some point here, this point is minus root 3a comma a. Right? And some other point a comma. So this is x. So some point a comma a. Right? So this is the line. Along this I have to find the line integral. Right? And the current is along z direction. Right? The current is along z direction. So now to find the line integration b dot dl. So what can I do? First, we will try to analyze the question. Okay. So integration b dot dl. So what do I need? I need to find magnetic field on that point, on that line. And then I have dot with the dl vector which I will take. Okay. So let's suppose, I'll try to simplify the diagram. Let's say this is my current wire. Okay. So what I am doing? I am saying that z direction is towards you. And this is my line. So this is my line. And this distance is a. This distance is a. As you can see, this distance is a. This distance is a. Correct? Now, let's suppose I take some dl vector. I take some dl vector at some angle theta. A dl vector at some length L at some angle theta. This is equal to A, right? This is equal to A. Now, so the current is in this direction. So I, to find the magnetic field, what is the direction of magnetic field? Ideal cross R. Ideal cross R will be along this direction. So ideal cross R, okay, along this direction. So this will be the direction of my magnetic field at this point. Let this distance be R. Correct? So the value of the magnetic field B is mu naught I upon 2 pi R, because it is an infinite wire which is along the z-axis. Clear? So I know what is the value of magnetic field now. Now to calculate integration B dot dl. So I use integration B. B is mu naught I upon 2 pi R. Now, what do I need? I need, see, this angle is theta. This will be 90 minus theta. And this will be equal to theta. Because this R vector and my B vector are perpendicular. So this will be how much? This will be equal to 180 minus theta. So what can I do now? I will write mu naught I upon 2 pi R dl into dot dl. What is the dot? Cos 180 minus theta, because the angle is 180 minus theta. Right? Moving forward. So what can I get from this equation? I will get integration mu naught I upon 2 pi. Right? And I will get dl. And what is cos 180 minus theta? That is minus cos theta. So I will get minus cos theta. Okay, minus cos theta upon, I get this R. Now as you can see here, mu naught I and 2 pi. This is the constant. and I have DL, theta, and I have 3 variables. So what we do? We will convert all the variables in terms of theta and try to solve. Okay, I think you are with me. So let's see. Now as you can see here, so this is A, this is A, and this is then L. So this is theta. So what can I write tan theta as? Tan theta is equal to perpendicular upon base. So tan theta is equal to perpendicular is L, base is A. So L upon A, and L is equal to A tan theta. L equals to A tan theta. Now differentiating with respect to theta, I will get dl is equal to A tan theta derivative is sec square theta d theta. Correct? So what I will do, I will now put this value of dl here. So what do I get? I get mu naught I upon 2 pi. Now dl is how much? dl is A sec square theta, A sec square theta minus cos theta upon, I will get what? R. What is R? R. So this is R basically, right? So R, I can write A cos theta, R cos theta equals to A. R cos theta equals to A. Right? So R, I can write A sec theta. So R into upon cos theta. So this will become cos square theta. Right? Any doubt? So now sec square theta into cos square theta, because sec square theta is 1 upon cos square theta. Cos square theta, sec square theta makes it 1. So now this integration becomes mu naught I upon 2 pi, right? Into this theta, right? And this R was A upon sec theta, A upon sec square theta. So this is not R, this is A, right? Because earlier we wrote R is equal to A upon cos theta. So this is A. Any doubt? Now moving forward, what do I get? Mu naught I upon 2 pi integration d theta upon A. Right? Now integrating. So now to find the integration, okay? The limits. So this is A, and this length was also A. So this angle will be equal to 45 degree, and this length was equal to root 3A. Okay, this is equal to 90. So this is perpendicular upon base. So this will be equal to tan root 3, and tan root 3 is equal to 60 degree. So I will be integrating from minus 60 degree to plus 45 degree. Right? So minus 60 degree I can write it as minus pi by 3, and this will be pi by 4. So what do I get? I get mu naught I upon 2 pi A into d theta, that is pi by 4 minus of minus pi by 3. So what I'll get? I'll get 7 pi by 12. Right? Pi gone. So I'll get mu naught I upon A into 7 by 24. Mu naught I upon 7 by 24. Okay, now we'll just give me a minute. I'll come. I think there is some technical issue. Just give me a minute. Thank you.
Are you bored of your typical online classes that don't cater to your unique learning needs? Introducing our HighFlix program, online learning, offline doubt sessions. With
So now
HighFlix,
we'll be moving on
convenience
to
is on your side. With HighFlix, flexibility is on your side. With HighFlix, engaging classes are on your side. With HighFlix, accessibility is on your side. With HighFlix, stress-free learning is on your side. Step into the future of learning with our HighFlix program. What are you waiting for? Join HighFlix now and say hi to our experts in JEE, NEET and Foundation coaching.
Practice makes man perfect. Have you heard this quote? So does repeating with our long-term coaching makes you perfect with your JEE or NEET preparation. With special focus on physics and chemistry, structured weekly tests, experienced faculty, comprehensive study material with proven track record of top ranks. Join our long-term coaching to fulfill your engineering or medical dreams.
Hello students, welcome back. So we'll be moving on to our third question, and this third question is a mixture of electrostatics and SHM. Okay, so we'll be using some concept of SHM, some concept of electrostatics, and also concept of torque. Okay, so two beads each with charge q and mass m are on a horizontal frictionless non-conducting circular hoop of radius r. So this is my circular hoop of radius r, right? Now one of the bead is glued to the hoop at some point while the other performs small oscillation about its equilibrium point. So it has not been specified in the question that where has the charge been kept. So let's assume it to be here. Let's suppose the charge q is here. Now the other charge is in equilibrium. So this is glued, okay? As written, it is glued. Now the other charge will be in equilibrium. So now you tell me, if I keep the charge here, can be it in equilibrium? No, right? It will keep moving forward. If I keep here, so the only point where it will be in equilibrium is this point. How? This is q and this is q. So an electrostatic force F will be acting in downward direction, and a normal reaction N will balance this, right? So this is the only point where the net force on this is 0, and when net force is in 0, then we say that the body is in equilibrium point. So now I have identified the point where my body will be in equilibrium point. Okay, now what's the next step? I will give some small displacement. Okay, let's suppose if I displace this charge at this point. Okay, so now we'll move forward. So this is my hoop. Okay, this is my, just give me a minute. This is my charge. This is my second charge. Okay, so this is my second charge, and what I have done, I have displaced it at some angle theta. So let this angle be theta. So this is the position of the charge, right? This is the position of the charge. Now this is r, and this distance is also r, because these are the radius. So what is this length? So let's suppose this angle is phi. So this angle will be also phi because it is an isosceles triangle. So to find this length, what is the formula? We use the cosine rule. So cosine rule is a square plus b square plus, a square plus b square minus 2ab cos theta. So minus 2ab cos theta. So I'll get minus 2ab, that is r into r, that is r square, and cos. So what is this angle? The opposite angle I take, that is 180 minus 2 phi. 180 minus 2 phi, right? So I'll get an under root of this. So I'll get r square, I'll get 2r square minus 2r square, and cos 180 minus 2 phi is cos. So I'll get cos 2 phi, right? Now under root, and see 180 minus 2 phi is in second quadrant. In second quadrant, cos is positive. So I'll get 2r square under root of, this is also in under root, and I'll get 1 minus cos 2 phi, right? Now cos 2 theta is equal to cos squared theta minus sin squared theta, right? So if I solve this word, I'll get cos 2 theta is equal to 2 cos squared theta minus 1, right? So I'll get minus 1. So solving this, what do I get? If I solve this, so now if I solve this, I'll get 1 minus cos square phi by 2. So this will be equal to 2r into 2 cos square theta under root. So I'll get 2r cos phi, right? This is basically phi. Any doubt? So this length becomes 2r cos phi, right? This length becomes 2r cos phi. Now moving forward, just let me remove this. Now, so as you can see, this is a charge and this is charge, different charge. So there will be an electrostatic force in this direction. So let's say this force F, and this is angle phi, right? and a normal reaction N will be acting in this direction N, right? So now due to this N there will be no torque about this point O. So if doing this component I will get F cos phi and I will get here F sin phi. This F sin phi component is responsible for giving torque about this point O, right? So the value of torque is equal to F sin phi into distance r, right? Force into distance. Now what is F? F is K Q square upon r square. R is 2r cos phi whole square, right? Into what is r? R into sin phi into r, right? This torque is equal to I alpha, and about the center I is equal to m r square into alpha. Alpha is omega square theta, right? So I'll get m r square into omega square theta is equal to 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught into q square into sin phi. For small angle, so now I'll convert this phi into, so look here, this is theta and this is equal to how much? 180 multiply. So theta plus 180 minus 2 phi is equal to 180. So 180 gone. So theta equals to 2 phi, right? So theta equals to 2 phi. So phi equals to theta by 2. Phi equals to theta by 2. So what can I write? M r square into omega square theta equals to 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught. Just a minute. So this is Q. Okay. So what can I write? So this will be equal to, look, sin phi. So small angle, theta is nearly equal to theta and phi is equal to theta by 2 into r upon C. Now for small angle, cos 0 is equal to 1, okay. So very small angle, so this will be equal to 1. So I will get 4 r square here, right. R gone. Now what I will get? So this is I alpha, okay, clear. So I will get how much? If I solve this, so this theta cancels from this. So I will get q square upon 4 pi, 4 4s are 16 and 16 2s are 32. So I will get 32 pi epsilon naught r, right. So I will get omega square is equal to q square upon 32 pi epsilon naught r cube into m, right. So this was asked in the question, the square of the angular frequency, okay. So which option matches? Q square by 32 pi epsilon naught r cube m. This is the correct answer, okay. Now moving to the next question. So this question is an SHM question, okay. So we will see that a 5 kg blocks moved in the x direction and force is given. So from this force I can say that F equals to minus kx plus some x naught. So k is equal to 20, right? K equals to 20. So let's see what can I find from this equation. So I know m omega square is equal to k. M omega square equals to k. And what is the value of m? 5. So 5 omega square is equal to k. K is equal to 20. So omega square is equal to 4 and omega equals to 2. Right? So this is the omega which I found. Now moving on to the question, at time t equals to 0, it is at rest and position x equals to 1. So now making the diagram. So at time t equals to 0, it is at x equals to 1. X equals to 1, let's say x equals to 1 as this point. And it is at rest. So velocity is 0. Now it is at rest at its extreme position, at extreme. So it is at extreme. Now we will find the equilibrium point. So to find the equilibrium point, put the force to equal to 0. So I will get 20x minus 20x plus 10 equals to 0. X equals to 10 by 2, that is 20, that is 0.5. So at 0.5 meters it has an equilibrium point. So this is 1 by 2 meters, right. So at x equals to 1 by 2, it is an equilibrium point. So now moving from extreme to equilibrium point, the distance is how much? The distance is 1 by 2. So what is the A? Amplitude. Amplitude is 1 by 2 meter. Okay. Now let's find the time period. So time period is 2 pi by omega, 2 pi by omega, right? 2 pi by omega. So 2 pi upon 2. So that is time period is pi. Now what has he asked in the question? The position and moment of the block at t equals to pi by 4. So at t equals to pi by 4, see this t is how much? T by 4, basically t by 4. At t by 4, it will move from extreme position to its equilibrium position, that is it will come from this point to this point, right? So it will only come, it will at t equals to pi by 4, it will be at its mean position. So at mean position, what is the velocity of the particle? Velocity we know, velocity is given by a omega. What is a? A is given as 5, a is equal to 1 by 2, which we calculated, and what is omega? Omega is 2, right? So velocity is equal to 1. So what is the momentum? Momentum is mass into velocity, that is 5 into 1, that is 5 into kg meters per second, and it is moving in left direction, so there will be a negative sign. So minus 5 kg meters per second, I have only in one option, that is C option, and it will be at 0.5 meter, that is the equilibrium point. So option C is correct. Now moving on to the fifth question. Okay, so in this fifth question, what will be given? A particle of mass m is moving in a circular orbit. Okay, it is moving in a circular orbit under the influence of a central force. By central force, that a force is acting always toward the center, and this is the force equation given corresponding to a potential energy. This is the energy equation given, where k is the positive force constant and r is the radial distance from the origin of the origin to the particle. And according to the Bohr's quantization rule, the angular momentum of the particle is given by this information we are given, and we know all this, right? So let's see what is given in what we have to find in the question. So we have to find r square, right? So I know if it is moving in a circular motion, this force can be equated to centripetal force, right? So equating this force to centripetal force. So I'll write it here, right? So this force kr, what does this minus sign represent? That minus sign represent that it is attractive in nature, right? So kr is equal to mv square by r, right? So I can write k r square is equal to mv square. Now multiplying both sides by m, I'll get m. So I'll get m k r square is equal to m square v square. Right? Now I again multiply both sides by r square. So by doing this, what do I want to achieve? See, I want to make this term as L, because what is angular momentum? mvr. Okay, so this will be what? mvr whole square, right? And this will become mk r raised to 4. So this is how much? L, and L square. See, this is L, so L is equal to n square h cut square. So I'll get n square h plus square, and I'll get this as m k r raised to 4. Now what do I have to find? I have to find r square. So from this I'll get r square is equal to n h upon m k under root, right? So my first option, this is a correct option. Now let's find second option. Okay, let's try to find the second option. Now what I'll do, I'll use this equation only. Okay, from this equation I'll try to find from here. Let's see. So v square, so it is given as m, so I'll get k r square is equal to m v square, right? K r square is equal to m v square. So v square is equal to k r square by m, and what is r square? R square is this, so I'll get k by m into what is r square? R square is n h cross upon root mk, right? K h cross upon root mk. So now if m goes inside, it will become m square. So I'll get this option also. This is also correct. Now moving on to the C option. So C option, I want to find L upon mr square, right? So L, where is L? This is L, right? So this is L. So now solving this, let's take this. Okay, so I'll get m k r raised to 4 is equal to L square, right? Now L upon mr square, so I will get L square upon m into r square, and I'll get k r square here, right? Now, okay, so what is r square? R square is this. So I'll get how much? This will be L upon m r square. Okay, so what do I have to do? Just give me a minute. This doesn't seem to be correct. So now, what do I want to find? I want to find L upon m r square. But I have L square here, right? So what I'll do? I'll take one L here, right? So I'll get K r square upon, now what is the value of L? L is equal to C. Somewhere we found L, right? So L is equal to m v r, right? Is equal to L upon m r square. Okay. So r cancel. So I'll get K r upon m into velocity. So what was velocity? Velocity is equal to this much. Okay. So I'll get K r square upon m. So I'll get root K by m into r is equal to L by m r square. Okay. So r gone. So how much I'll get? I'll get root K by m. So root K by m is correct option. Okay. Now we'll find the last. So energy. So energy is equal to how much? Half m v square plus half k x square. Right. So half m. Now what is v square? So v square, we found this. This is v square is k r square by m. So k r square by m plus half k r square. So here m cancels. So half k r square plus half k r square I'll get k r square. And what is k? What is r square? R square I have found this. So this is equal to n h cross upon root mk. Okay. So here a 2 is an extra term. Here 2 is an extra term. So this option is incorrect. So what are the answers? The answers are A, B and C. A, B and C. Correct. Now moving on to the next question. Okay. Now moving on to the next question. So this is a question from my string waves. Okay. A string waves question. Right. So what is given in this question? Let's read the question statement. Two uniform strings of mass per unit length mu and 4 mu, okay, of length L and 2L are respectively joined at point O. Okay, so this is one string, this is another string, and it is joined at this point. Okay, what we did that we connected this string. Okay, now this is the joint. So now what are they asking? The strings are under a tension T. So there is tension T in both the strings. Okay, same tension will be in both the strings. If we define the frequency, so they have defined the frequency V0 is 1 upon 2L root over T by mu for us. So now they are asking which of the option is correct. So we will go with option A. Okay, with a node at O, the minimum frequency of vibration of the composite string. Okay, so let's make the diagram. So if I make this diagram, okay, this is my joint, okay, this is the joint, and let's say this is the point O. Okay, this is the point O. Now I don't know how many loops there will be in this string. Okay, so let's suppose there are n loops. So in n loops, let's suppose there are n number of loops. Okay, I have made 3 loops, but let's suppose there are n loops, and in this there are m number of loops. Okay, there are m number of loops. So now for one loop, let's suppose this is my one loop. So for one loop, what can I write for one loop? What is the value of one loop? This length is L. So this length is equal to how much? This length is equal to lambda by 2, right? If I have 2 loops, let's suppose if I have 2 loops, for 2 loops what can I write? This length L. This length L is equal to how much? Lambda by 2 plus lambda by 2, that is lambda, right? So let's suppose if I have n loops, then what can I write? For n loops, the length will be L is equal to n lambda by 2, right? For n loops, it will be n lambda by 2. Similarly, for here, it will be L, so this length is 2L. So this will be m lambda by 2, right? So now let's write the frequency. So what is frequency? Frequency equals to V by lambda, right? Now frequency of the left hand side and the right hand side both are equal. Okay, so both are equal. So we'll write the frequency. So what is the frequency? Frequency I can write 1 by, okay, so what is lambda? See, this lambda is here, right? So this from here I can write lambda equals to 2L by n. Okay, 2L by n. So I'll get lambda is equal to 2L by n. 2L by n into velocity is given as root over t by mu. This is for left hand side. For right hand side, I'll get m upon 2 into length is 2L into root over t upon mu is 4 mu. Okay, given the question, this is 4 mu. Right, now I'll cancel, I'll get 2L cancels, t mu cancels, t mu cancels. So I'll get n is equal to m by this 2 and this 2 comes out, so I'll get 4. Okay, so n equals to m by 4. So what does this mean? This means if n equals to 1, m equals to 4. So how many loops will be there in this? In this there will be 1 loop and here there will be 4 loops. So let's make the diagram. So the diagram will be looking like this. Right? This will be the diagram. This is my point O. So now let's look with a node at O. Okay, I have my node at O. The minimum frequency of vibration of the composite string. So composite string, what is the frequency? If I put the value n equals to 1. So frequency, what do I get? I get frequency 1 upon 2L root over t by mu. And that is equal to how much? Mu naught, right? Mu naught. So is that equal to mu naught? Yes, it is equal to mu naught, right? So this is my correct option. Now, with an antinode at O, the minimum frequency of vibration, let's talk about the antinode later. When the composite string vibrates at minimum frequency with node at O, okay, node at O, it has 6 nodes, including the end nodes. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so option C is also correct. Now let's talk about the antinodes. So now, as we found the formula for nodes, okay, 2L equals to L equals to m lambda by 2. Similarly for antinodes, what is the formula? For antinodes, it is 2n plus 1 lambda by 2, right? If you remember, it is 2n plus 1 lambda by 2. So similarly, what I'll get? I'll get 2n plus 1 upon 2L into root over t by mu equals to 2m plus 1 upon 2L root over t by 4 mu, right? T by 4 mu into 2, right? So now what? T by mu cancels, 2L cancels. So I'll get 2n plus 1 is equal to 2m plus 1 upon 2, and 2 and 2, this will give me 4, right? So I'll get 2n plus 1 upon 2m plus 1 is equal to 1 by 4, right? It will be 1 by 4. Now if we look at this carefully, see, n is an integer, okay? So 2n plus 1 is an even number, sorry, 2n plus 1 is an odd number, 2m plus 1 is an odd number. Now if we divide two odd numbers, we will get an odd number, right? Some ratio, not necessarily n, so we will not get an even number. So what I am trying to say that on solving this, we don't get integer values of n and m. So this case is not possible. So what does this mean? There are no antinodes possible, right? If no antinode possible, we do not get any frequency. So the correct options are A, C and D. Okay. Now let's move on to the next question. So in 7th question, okay. So 7th question is of wave optics, okay, sorry, ray optics. Now what has been given? A point O is given. So a glass beaker has a solid plano-convex base of refractive index 1.6. So this is the 1.6, okay, this lens. The radius of curvature of the convex surface is 9 cm. So radius of curvature is 9 cm, this, right? While the planar surface acts as a mirror. So this plane surface STU, it will act as a mirror, this base, okay? This base will act as a mirror. The beaker is filled with a liquid of refractive index N. So this liquid, okay, this liquid is N. So now if the image of a point object O at a height h, so let's suppose this is a point object O which is at height h, is formed onto itself. So the what are they saying in this question, that the image is formed on the objects itself, right? So which of the following options is correct? Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll first look at this, okay, this. So what can I draw? I can draw it like this, right? So this will be a lens made up of water of refractive index n. Okay, I don't know what is the refractive index. Now this is a plano-convex lens, right, of refractive index 1.6. It is given in the question, right, 1.6. And what is the radius of curvature? This, the radius of curvature is 9. So this also has to be 9. Clear? Now what I'll do, we will find the effective focal length. So what will happen? Let's analyze the question, okay. So let's suppose when light will come from this, it will go through this lens, the lens made up of water. Then what will happen? It will go through this lens, the lens made up of glass. Now it is given in the question that STU will act as a mirror, okay. STU will act as a mirror. So let's make this as a mirror. So what will happen now? Light will come and it will strike this, right. Now it will go back. Now it will go from this lens, right. So what is happening basically? It is interacting twice with this lens, twice with this lens, and one with our mirror, right. So now what is the effective focal length? 1 upon f net, 1 upon f net, right. So what is, it is acting as a converging mirror, right, converging mirror. So this will be negative. Now for this, what can I write? This I will write 1 upon, now focal length of twice into 1 upon focal length of what? Focal length of water lens plus twice upon focal length of what? Focal length of this lens, right, this lens, plus 1 upon focal length of my mirror. I hope this is clear. Now to write the focal length of this, okay, to write the focal, so now we will write the focal length, okay. So this is my lens, okay, it is a radius of curvature 9, right. So what I will write, 1 upon f is equal to mu minus 1, right, 1 by r1 minus 1 by r2, clear. So 1 upon focal length of lens is equal to, so what is the mu? Mu is 1.6 minus 1, 1.6 minus 1. This is, so what is r? R is in downward direction, so that will be equal to 1 by 9, right. And what is r2? R2 is infinity, so that is minus 1 by infinity. So what I will get? 1 by focal length FL is equal to 0.6 into 1 by 9, okay. Now for the water lens, I will write, so this is the lens, alright. Now same thing for water, okay, FW, that is to be mu minus 1, so mu I don't know, so let's say n minus 1, right. I will get 1 by r1, so 1 by r1, so what is 1 by r1? 1 by infinity, right, minus 1 by r2 in downward direction, so this will be equal to minus 9, okay, sorry, plus 9, because downward direction I have taken positive. So I will get n minus 1 into, this will be equal to minus 1 by 9, clear, 1 by focal length of water, clear. Any doubt? Now moving forward, okay. So what do I get? I will write the net focal length. So now for the mirror is, focal length is infinity, right, radius of curvature is infinity, so that will be equal to 0. So I will get 1 by f net, 1 by f net minus is equal to twice into of length, so twice into 0.6 upon 9, right, plus twice into what? Twice into that, I will get n minus 1, minus 1 upon 9, right, plus 1 upon focal length of mirror, that will be negative, that is infinity, that will be 0. So 1 upon f net, 1 upon f net, 1 upon f net, what will I get? I will get 2 into 0.6, that is 1.2 upon 9 plus, so this will be minus, right? So I'll get a minus sign here. Minus, I'll get n minus 1 upon, I'll get a 9, n minus 1 upon 9, correct? Now, so in this question it has been given that the focal length, so the image and the object are formed at this point only, right? So now can I say the equivalent focal length? So can I say that it is at the radius of curvature at this equivalent, right? So if it is at the radius of, it is at my 2r distance, right? 2f. So it is at my r radius of curvature. So I can say it is at r, that is equal to 2f, right? So this distance is equal to 2f, right? Now moving forward, so what can I write? I can write is equal to, so just give me a minute, this glass. Okay. So now for different value of h, I have to find the refractive index. So what can I write? I can write h is equal to 2f, h is equal to 2f, right? Because r is equal to h and h is equal to 2f. So f is equal to h by 2, h by 2 is equal to 1.2. So 3 3s are 9, 3 4s are 12. So 0.4 upon 3 minus n minus 1 upon 9, right? So this is the equation which I get. So now let's put n equals to 1.42. So let's solve this equation. Okay, let's solve this equation. So I'll get 2 upon h is equal to, I'll get 1.2. So let's suppose 1.2 minus n minus 1. So 1.2 minus 1, I'll get how much? Plus 1. I'll get 2.2, right? Minus n upon 9. Okay, just 1 minute. Did I miss something? I might have missed something. Right, I did miss a 2, right? Okay, just give me a minute. I'll fix this. So see, in that I forgot a 2. So what I'll get? 1 by f is equal to 2 into 0.6 upon 9, right? Plus 2 into n minus 1 upon 9, right? And also a minus sign here. So what I'll get? I'll get 1 by f. So that is 2 by h is equal to 0.2 and this is 3. So I'll get 0.4 upon 3 minus 2n plus 2. So this will be equal to minus of 2 into n minus 1 upon 9, right? So I'll get 2 upon h is equal to, I'll get 0.4 into 9 minus 6 into n minus 1 upon 3 9s are 27, right? So I'll get 3 3s are 9, 3 2s are 6 and 3 9s are 27 and 2.2 and this 2 gone. So I'll get 1 upon h is equal to 0.6 minus n plus 1 upon 9, right? So what can I get from here? I'll get 1.6 minus n upon 9 is equal to 1 upon h. So I'll get h, okay, I'll get the value of h to be this. Okay, so let's solve for h is equal to, I'll get 9 upon 1.6 minus n, 1.6 minus n. So let's put the value of n to be 1.42. So for n equals to 1.42, I'll get 1.6 minus 1.42. So I'm doing the calculation here, okay. So 9 upon 1.6 minus 1.42. So I'll get 9 upon 0.18, that is 900 upon 18, okay. So 9 1s are 9, 0 0 and 2 9s are 18, that is equal to 2, okay. So I'll get 50. Okay, so for this I get 50. So option A is correct. For option B, I'll put n equals to how much? I'll put n equals to 1.35. So n equals to 1.35. So 9 upon 1.6 minus 1.35. So 9 upon 0.25. That is equal to 900 upon 25. 5 5s are 25, 5 1s are 5, 5 8s are 40 and 0. So I'll get 5, 3s are 15, 16, 17, 18, 5, 6 are 30. So this is 36. This is also correct. Now n equals to 1.45. So I'll get 9 upon 1.6 minus 1.45 is 0.15. So this is equal to 900 upon 50. 15 6 are 90 and 0. So this is equal to 60. But this is given 65. So not correct. If 1 equals to 1.48, 1.48 I'll get 9 upon, so 1.6 minus 1.48 will give me 0.12. So this will be 0.12. So 9 upon 12, so this is 900 upon 12. So 3 4s are 12, 3 3s are 9 and 0. So this will give me 75. Right? So this is also not correct. So the correct options are option A and option B. Okay. Now we'll move on to the next question. A heat capacity substance excuse me, in temperature depend is given by the formula C equals to kT. Okay, so C equals to kT. So now it is given that if the temperature required to raise the temperature of 1 kg of the substance is given as Nk, the value of N is. So what is heat capacity? Amount of heat required to raise the temperature by 1 degree Celsius. So I know dq by dt, dq equals to mc dt, right? So dq is equal to, now m is given to me 1 kg, right? So 1. What is c? C is given as a function of k into t. So and this is dt. So I'll integrate this, right? So I'll get my total heat, right? So this will be equal to T initial to T final, yes or no? So this will be equal to K T square by 2, K T square by 2, and limit from C. Now the temperature, initial temperature is minus 73 degrees centigrade. So minus 73 degrees centigrade is minus 73 plus 273, that is 200 Kelvin, right? And for this is 27 plus 273, this is 300 Kelvin, right? So 200 to 300, so this will be K by 2 into T square, that is 300 square minus 200 square, right? So I'll get K by 2 into 300 square minus, that is A square minus B square, A square minus B, A minus B, A plus B. So 300 minus 200 is 100 and this will be equal to 500, right? So I'll get 250, right? So I'll get 2500 K. So the answer for this is 2500. 25000. Clear? Okay, we'll move on to the next question now. So now see, in this two discs are given, disc 1 and disc 2, and it can rotate about this axis and this axis, as shown in the figure. A battery operated motor of negligible mass is fixed at the disc at point of its circumference. So what is happening? A battery here, okay, a motor is fixed here. Now what is happening? Due to this motor, this will move in this direction. So if this will rotate in this direction, what will happen? This bigger disc will rotate in this direction. Now as you can see that there is no external torque, okay, the torque provided by the motor is an internal torque, okay. So since the torque is internal, what we can say? We can conserve angular momentum, okay. So the I initial is 0, I want to find I final, okay. So what is happening? This is my disc, it is rotating along this axis, right? Now as you can see, this axis is also rotate, okay. Since this axis is also rotate, so I have to write, so for rotating axis, what is the angular momentum L? Angular momentum L is given as mvr plus I omega, okay, mvr plus I omega. So what is the final for the disc, for the bigger disc? For the big disc I will write mr square by 2 I into omega dash, okay, into omega dash. So this is my bigger disc and this will be opposite to this, okay. Now for the smaller disk I'll write minus, okay, minus because it is in opposite direction. First I'll write mvr, so m into, so what is the velocity of this point? This will be mvr, so mvr, okay. I want to find the velocity of this point, this velocity v. As you can see, if my disk will rotate, what will be the velocity of this edge? That will be equal to v equals to r omega, right? v equals to r omega. So r into omega, right? So mvr plus I. So I want to find I about this. So about this center is m r square by 2, m r square by 2 plus m r square. Clear? Now if this is equal to 0, what can I get? I will get m r square by 2 into omega dash is equal to m r square into omega dash, right, plus m r square by 4, and 4, this will be 4 to the 8 plus m r square, right. So now I will take this term this side, just give me a minute. Okay, so this is correct, so I will get plus is equal to m r square, this is 8 plus 1 9 by 8 m r square, and I will get how much? M r square omega dash by 2, right. So what do I have to find? I have to find omega dash, okay. So the value of omega by n, just give me a minute. So for the bigger disk is m r square by 2 into omega dash, okay, correct. And for this is m v, okay, v equals to r omega dash and into r, right, plus m r square by 2 about the center, m r square by 2 plus m r square, right. So this will be equal to m r square by 4 to the 8 plus 1 9 by 2 m r square plus this will be equal to m r square, okay. So if this goes this side, I into omega, right, I into omega, okay. So this is equal to omega. So what I'll get this much. So this will be equal to 2 4 8, right. So I think I am making some mistake, just give me 1 minute. No problem, we'll write it again. So 0 plus, for the smaller disk, I'll write m into m r square by 2 into omega, right, plus for this axis, what I'll write plus. So now this axis is also moving, so now this is moving in opposite direction. So what I'll write a minus sign, so minus m v equals to r into omega dash into r, right, minus for the bigger disk I'll write m r square by 2 into omega. So I'll write m r square by 4 to the 8 omega is equal to, I'll get m r square into omega dash plus m r square by 2 into omega dash, right. So this will be equals to 2 plus 1 3 m r square by 2 into omega dash equals to m r square by 8 into omega. So m r square gets cancelled. So this will be equal to 2 4s are 8. So omega dash will be equal to omega upon 3 4s are 12. So the value of n is equal to 12. Okay, the value of n is equal to 12. Now let's move on to the next question. So a point source emits unpolarized light at 2 points A and B. The ratio is IA upon IB. So it is given that IA upon IB is equal to 2. IA upon IB is equal to 2. If a set of two polarities having angle 45 degree is placed in just before B. So let's suppose this is light B. So let's, when I keep a polarizer, what will happen? If it has intensity IB, the intensity coming out from this will be IB by 2, right? Because it was an unpolarized light. So here it will be IB by 2. Now, if I keep another polarizer, okay, so at angle 45 degree, so by law of Malus, what can I say? IB dash will be equal to IB by 2 into cos square 45. That is equal to how much? IB by 4. IB by 4. So the net intensity will be equal to IA upon IB by 4. That is equal to 4 IA upon IB. Right? That was equal to 4 into 2. This is equal to 8. Right? So this was a very simple question. Moving on to the 11th question. Okay. So in this question, what is given? In this question, it is given that a source of sound, this is a Doppler effect question, has frequency 240 Hertz. Okay. So now, when an observer move towards each other, okay, observer and the source both are moving towards each other in case 1, right? And in case 2, what is happening? In case 2, as you have seen in the case 2, they both are moving away from each other, okay, both are moving away from each other. So now let's write the equation. So for case 1, okay, case 1, the net frequency f dash is given as f into, now they are moving away from each other, so I'll write C plus V upon C minus V. Why C plus V upon C minus V? Because when they are moving from each other, what is happening? When they are moving towards each other, what is happening? The frequency is increasing. When they move from each other, when they are separating from each other, the frequency decreases. So I'll get f dash. F dash is given as how much? 288. 288, right? 288 is equal to, f is equal to 240 into C plus V upon C minus V. This is my first equation. Now when they are moving from each other, what will happen? The frequency is f. I don't know what is f, that f dash. It is 240 into, now since they are moving away from each other, the frequency will decrease. So I'll get C minus V upon C plus V. Right? Because this is negative, this is a smaller term, this is a bigger term. If I add V, this becomes a big, denominator becomes small. This is my second equation. Now what I'll do? I'll multiply equation 1 and equation 2. So if I multiply, I'll get 288 into f dash is equal to how much? 240 into 240, 240 into 240. As you can see, this C minus V and C plus V, this all will get cancelled. So f dash I'll get 240 into 240 upon 288, right? 288. So I'll get, so 2, I'll get, okay, so this will be 2 1s are 2, 2 4s are 8, 2 4s are 8, 2 1s are 2, 2 0 and 0, right? So I'll get 12 1s are 12 and 0 and 12 12s are, so 12 2s are 0. So I'll get how much? 200. Clear? So this is the answer to this question, n is equal to 200. Okay, moving on to the 12th question. Two large identical water tanks, 1 and 2, are kept on the top of a building of height h. Okay, so now what is happening? In this case, this is height h. Okay, it is kept at the top of a building of height h, filled with water up to a height h. So filled water up to a height h. Okay, so it is filled with water. Now what he is trying to say, both the tanks contain an identical hole of small radius on the sides close to the bottom. So there is a hole here. A pipe of small same internal radius as that of the hole is connected to the tank 2, and the pipe ends on the ground. So this is my tank 1. Okay, so that for the tank 2, what is there? For the tank 2, this pipe is connected and it ends on the ground. It ends on the ground. Clear? So when the water flows from tank 1 through tank 1 and tank 2, the tanks taken to empty. So what do I have to do? I have to find that when both the tanks will become empty. Both the tanks will become empty. So let's move to this first case. We'll talk about this first case. Okay, case 1. In case 1. So in case 1, let's say at any time t, the height of the water is, let's suppose it is y. So let's say this is y. Okay, so the velocity here will be root 2gy, right? 2gy. So now I'll use let this area be A, this be small a. So I'll root A into now this velocity V, right, should be equal to small a into this velocity, that is equal to root 2 gy. A1 V1 equals to A2 V2 I am using. Now this is A. Now what is this V? Since V is decreasing, so I can write minus dy by dt, right, is equal to A root 2 gy, right. So I'll get how much? I'll get dy upon root 2 gy is equal to A upon A into dt. Now I'll integrate. I'll integrate at t equal to 0. The height is h. At some time t, the height will be 0. Okay. So on integrating, what do I get? Minus 1 upon root 2g will be like this only, and this will be root y raised to minus 2. So y raised to minus 2 is y minus 1 by 2. So while integrating, what I'll get? I'll get y raised to minus 1 by 2 plus 1 upon minus 1 by 2 plus 1, that is equal to root y upon 1 by 2, that is 2 root y, right. So I'll get 1 into 2 root y, okay, is equal to, I'll get A upon capital A into time t. Now I'll put the limits. So for limits, I'll get at t equals to 0, height is equal to h, okay. At some time t, the height becomes how much? 0, okay. So I'll get 2 upon root 2g, right, into root h is equal to A upon A into time t1, okay, time t1. So this is my first time. Now for the second container, we'll do the same thing, okay. Now what is the difference you see? That for the second container, what is that? That the velocity will be here, right. So this velocity will be root 2g, this y plus this height h, right, this y plus this height h. So what I'll get? I'll get A into minus d by dt. A into minus dy by dt is equal to A into root 2 g into h plus y, right. I'll get this h plus y. So I'll integrate minus dy upon root 2g into h plus y is equal to A upon A into dt, and I'll integrate, right. At t equals to 0, height is equal to h. At some time t2, height is 0. So I'll integrate, I'll get minus 2 upon root 2g root of h plus y is equal to A upon A into some time t2, right. Now if I put h is equal to 16 upon 9, so 16 upon 9 I have to put the limit also, right. So I have to put the limit 0 to h, alright. So I'll get 2 upon root 2g into, if I put this h, so what is this h? H is 16 upon 9, so 16 upon 9 h plus h minus, I'll get how much? 16h upon 9 plus 0, right, is equal to A upon A into T2, clear. So what do I get? 2 upon root 2g into, see, 16 upon 9 plus h, so 16 plus 9, 25 upon 9. So I'll get root 25 upon 9, that is 5 upon 3 into root h minus 16 upon that is 4 upon 3h, so minus 4 upon 3 root h, right, is equal to A upon A T2, okay. So what I'll get? I'll get 2 upon root 2g into root h by 3 is equal to A upon A into T2. So now this is my T2. So now if I see this T1 and I see this T2, now if I take the ratio, so what you can see? T1 upon T2, what do you get? 1 upon 3, okay. So T1 upon T2, I have to find T1 upon T2. So this is 1 upon 3, so I'll get how much? Look here. So 2 upon root 2g upon root h into A by A, capital A by small a, upon 2 upon root 2g root h by 3 upon A by A. This is equal to T1 upon T2. So this all cancels, this all cancels, this all cancels. So I'll get 1 by 1 upon 3, that is equal to 3. So the correct answer is 3. Okay, moving on to our next question, 30. So now in this question, what is given that I have a rod, okay, a uniform rod of length L and a certain mass is kept on the frictionless horizontal table with a massless string of length L fixed to one end, okay, and the top view is shown. The other end of the string is pivoted to this O. If a horizontal impulse P, okay, now what is happening? A horizontal P is imparted to the rod at a distance x, okay, a horizontal impulse is imparted. Then the rod of the string revolves together with the point, with the rod remaining aligned with the string. In such a case, the value of n is. So I have to find the value of n. Okay. So now let's see. This is my rod. Okay. This is my rod. Now this is my string. Okay. So this is the center. This distance will be L by 2. This distance is equal to L. Okay. Now, since I have imparted a P impulse here, okay, a P here. So now I'll use first angular impulse momentum theorem and angular impulse momentum theorem. Okay, so first, now what has been given that it will rotate purely rotation, okay, pure rotation. So let's suppose this is omega. So initially it was at, so impulse momentum theorem, okay, impulse momentum theorem. So initially the momentum of the rod was 0. Plus some impulse P was imparted to it. Finally, its velocity become mass into velocity, right? The center of mass moves with m, some velocity v, and v equals to r omega. So m into r, v equals to r omega. So r is equal to L plus L by 2, that is 3L by 2 into omega. This is my first equation. Second, I will write angular impulse. So angular impulse is what? P into torque, right? So torque will be x into L by 2 plus L. So I'll write 3L by 2 plus x, right? This torque is equal to I into omega. So if I write I about this, so I will be m L square by 12 plus this distance is how much? 3L by 2. So m into 3L by 2 whole square. So this is equal to I into, final I have to write omega. So I'll write omega. This is my second equation. So what I'll do now? I'll substitute this P from here and I'll put it here. So I'll get m into 3L by 2 omega into 3L by 2 plus omega is equal to, so I'll get ml square by 12 plus 9 ml square by 4, 9 ml square by 4. So ml square by 12 plus 9 ml square by 4, right, into omega. So if I want to solve this, I'll write how much I'll get, 9 3s are 27, so I'll get 28 by 12, 28 ml square by 28 ml square by 12 into omega is equal to, what I'll get m into 3L by 2 omega into 3L by 2 plus omega, sorry, plus x, this is x, this is x. Now we'll solve this, So what I'll get, so this equals to 3, 2 6s are 12, 2 3s are 6 and 2 1s are 2, 2 4s are 8. So I'll get how much? I'll get 3 ml omega into 3L by 2 plus 3 ml omega x is equal to how much? I'll get 14 by 3 m L square into omega. Okay, so I'll get how much? 9 by 2. So I'll get 9 by 2 m L square omega is equal to, okay, plus 3 m L omega x is equal to 14 by 3 m L square omega. So if I take this there, I'll get 3 m L omega x is equal to 14 minus 9 by 2. So I'll get 5 by, so I'll get 14 by 3 minus 9 by 2. So this is 28 minus 27, right? So I'll get 3m L omega x is equal to 1 upon 6 into m L square omega. So m cancels, L cancels, omega cancels. So I'll get x is equal to L by 18. Okay, so what is the value here? I'll get x equals to L by n, so n is equal to 18. Okay, now we move on to the 14th question. So 14th question is a thermodynamic question. Okay, so what is then the work done in the following cyclic process? So I have to write the work done. So I will start from J to K. So J to K is an isobaric process. Okay, constant pressure. So this will be equal to, for I'll write from how? I'll write from J to K, for J to K. So for isobaric, work done is equal to P delta V is equal to NR delta T. Okay, NR delta T. So equals to N R and delta T. So delta T is 3 T naught minus T naught, that is 3 T naught minus D naught. So number of moles is equal to 1 mole given. Okay, so 1 into R into 2 T. Okay, now J to K, now K to L. So now K to L is an isothermal process. So work done is given as nRT ln V2 by V1. Okay, or minus or nRT ln P1 by P2. So I'll get nRT ln. Now what is the initial pressure? Initial pressure is P naught, final is 2 P naught. So P1 is P naught upon 2 P naught, right? So I'll get nRT ln 1 by 2. So I'll get minus nRT ln 2. Okay, now from L to M. So now L to M is again an isobaric process. So L to M, the work done is given as nRT ln, it is P delta V. In this process it is given as P delta V because it is an isobaric process. So what I will get? I will get P delta V is equal to nR delta T. So nR, what is the final temperature? Final temperature is T naught. Initial is minus 3 T naught, right? So I will get minus nR 2 T naught, and final is M2J. It is again an isothermal process. For an isothermal process, it is nR ln P1 by P2. So what is P1? If I go from M1 to M2J, the P1 will be equal to 2 P naught, and P2 will be equal to P naught. So I'll get nR ln 2. Okay, the value of n is equal to 1. So the net work done, I can see that this is equal to R into 2T. Okay, the second is minus nR ln 2, right? This is equal to minus nR2 into T naught, and this will be equals to nR ln 2. So now if you add all this, what can you get? You will get the total work done. Okay, so just 1 minute. Have I made some mistake? In process K to L, you can see the temperature here is 3, okay, not T. The temperature here is 3. So see, this will cancel with this. This will cancel with this because this is positive, this is negative. So both these work dones cancel. Okay, this work done will cancel because I will find the work done 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this will cancel with this. Now this is what? This is 3 times of this. So this is what? This is 3R T naught ln 2, okay, minus sign, and here it is equal to R ln T naught into 2. Okay, so this will be minus 2 T naught. So net will be equal to minus 2 RT ln 2. So option P is minus 2 RT ln 2. Now So this is option P is equal to 4. So this cancels, this option cancels, this option cancels. Change in internal energy of the gas in process JK. In process JK, what can I write? Q is equal to U plus W, right? I know work done. Work done for process JK was how much? For process JK was R into 2T. Work done is R into 2T. Now, what do I want to find? Change in internal energy. Internal energy NCV dt. NCV dt, right? So, what is N? N is 1. CV is a monatomic gas. So, it is 3R by 2. 3R by 2. And dt is 3 T naught minus T naught, that is 2 T naught. Right? So, 2 cancels, that is equal to 3R T naught. 3R T naught. Okay. So, option Q is 3. Option Q is 3. So, this is my correct option, because in this there is Q is option 1. Okay. To find option R, okay, in the process in KL, okay, heat, if you want to find, this is an isothermal process. So, Q is equal to U plus W. U is 0. So, Q is equal to W. So, the work done will be equal to the heat. So, for option R, what is the work done? See, the work done is minus 3RTL in 2. So, that is equal to heat. So, Q should be equal to 5. Right? R should be equal to 5. So, this is correct. Okay. So, for this, correct answer is option B. Now, for this, okay. Now, let's see what is given in this question. So, in this question, we are given some parallel plates, okay, S1, S2, S3, S4, and are kept parallel to each other with distance d between them, and the area of the plate is A. Area of the plate is A. So, what do I have to find? And this is given to me in the question, specified to me in the question. So, capacitance between S1 and S2 with S1 and S3 not connected, okay. So, S1 and S3 are not connected, S1 and S3 are not connected. So, let's find. So, S1, S2, S3, S4, and I have to find capacitance between S1 and S4. So, between S1 and S4, and what is given that S2 and S3 are not connected. So, it will act like this is one capacitor, this is one capacitor, this is one capacitor. So, I can say there are 3 capacitance in series. So, if 3 capacitance in series, so what is the equivalent? C equivalent is C by 3, C by 3. And what is C? C is equal to epsilon naught A square by D. So, 3D. So, I will get C naught by 3. So, C naught by 3. So, for P option 3 is correct. For P option 3 is correct. So, B option is gone. Now, capacitance between S1 and S4 when S1 and S4 with S2 shorted to S3. So, now what is happening? This is my S1, this is my S2, this is my S3, and this is my S4. Now, they have shorted between S1 and S4 with S2 shorted to S3. Now, S2 is shorted to S3. Okay, S2 is shorted to S3. So, this is one capacitor, this is my other capacitor, and 2 capacitor in series. So, the equivalent will be, C equivalent will be C by 2, because in series it will be C by 2. Okay, so for Q, the correct option is 2. So, Q the correct option is 2, right? Q the correct option is 2. Now, we will take the option R, okay, option R, the capacitance between S1 and S3. So, what you have to find? Capacitance between S1 and S3 with S2 shorted to S4. So, this is my S1, this is my S2, okay. Now, what I will do? What has happened? That S2 is shorted with S4, okay. So, now, let us make S2, this is S2 and this is S3, okay, S3 plate. Now, what have they given to me? That S2 is shorted to S4, okay. Now, I do not know what is S4. Just 1 minute. So, we will make it in some other way. This is my S2, this is my S2, this is my S3, okay, this is my S3. Now, what they have told me that S2 and S4 they have shorted, and S3 they have connected, right, because S3 is same, this is plate S3. So, now look here, the capacitance between S1 and S2 is written here, right, between S2 and S3 is also written here, and S3 and S4 is also written here. Now, what is the condition? Between S1 and S3, so I have to find between S1 and S3, and with S2 shorted to S4. So S2 is shorted to S4. So this S2 is shorted to S4. So this is the equivalent diagram. So what is the diagram? This is the equivalent diagram. So what you can see now? These two capacitance are in parallel. So for parallel I will get 2C, and this is in series with this C. So 2C into C upon 2C into C upon 2C plus C, that is 2C by 3. So for Q I will get 4 option. For this I will get 4th option. Okay, so this is incorrect. Now let's check the final option, that is S. So the capacitance between S1 and S2 with S3 shorted to S1. Okay, now for the last, what is given in the question? It is given that between S1 and S2 we have to find the equivalent with S3 shorted to S1. So this is my S1, this is my S2, right? This is my S2. Now S2 I will make again, and this is my S3. Now S1 is shorted to S3. Okay, now I have to make between S3 and S4. So between S3 and S4, right? And I have to find the equivalent between S1 and S2. So this is S1 and this is S2, right? And S3 is correct to this, right? And S2 shorted to S4. So S2 is also shorted to S4. So as you can see in this diagram, all three are in parallel. When all three are in parallel, the equivalent is equal to how much? It will be equal to 3C. So option 1 is correct. Right, so what are the options? 3, 2, 4, 1. So 3, 2, 4, 1. So this option C is correct. For this option C is correct. Okay, moving on to the next question. So in this, a ray of light is incident on the surface of a sphere. So I'll make a sphere. Okay, and what has been given, that a ray of light has been incident on this. Okay, at an angle of inclination of theta naught. A ray partially refracts in the sphere with an angle of theta naught and then partly reflects. So this is the normal. Just 1 minute. So this is the normal. So let's suppose a ray of light comes. Okay, so in this diagram what happens? A ray of light is incident at angle theta naught as given in the question. It reflects at angle phi naught, right? Now it will go and it will come out, right? So this is phi naught, this is also equal to phi naught, this is equal to phi naught, right? So the final angle, so this is angle delta. Okay, this is the final angle at which it comes out. So now what do I have to find? I have to find the total angle of deviation. Okay, so we will find the total angle of deviation. So let's suppose it was coming in this direction, right? It was coming in this direction. So it has deviated here, right? So this angle was equal to how much? This angle whole was equal to theta naught. So theta naught, so this is my deviation, deviation 1. So this deviation, if I remove theta naught from theta, okay, so if I remove theta naught minus phi naught, if I do this, I will get my deviation delta 1 in clockwise sense. Now similarly light was going in this direction and this is the deviation, so I will write 180 plus deviation 2 will be equal to 180 minus 2 phi naught, right? Now finally same thing, it was coming in this direction, now this is also be equal to phi naught, so same thing. So finally the same deviation as this will be equal to theta naught minus phi naught. So the total deviation alpha, so total in the question it is given as alpha, okay, the total deviation is given as alpha. So alpha is equal to how much? Alpha will be equal to 180 plus 2 theta naught minus 4 theta phi naught. Okay, this is the total deviation given in the question. Now for most of the question you can see that the total it is asked for alpha equals to 180. So I will get alpha equals to 180. So I will get 180 equals to 180 plus 2 theta naught minus 4 phi naught. So 180 cancels. So I will get theta naught equals to 2 phi naught. Okay, theta naught equals to 2 phi naught. If theta equals to 2 phi naught, I can also write Snell's law. So writing Snell's law for this surface, I will get n1 sine theta naught equals to n2. n2 is n sine phi naught, right? Because angle of refraction is equal to phi naught. So sine theta naught equals to n sine phi naught, right? Now, if I put phi naught equals to 2 phi, theta naught equals to 2 phi naught. So let's put theta naught is equal to 2 phi naught equals to n sine phi naught, right? So I can write sine 2 theta equals to 2 sine theta cos theta equals to n sine phi naught. Phi naught cancel. So I'll get cos phi naught equals to n by 2. So this is the equation. Now if I put n equals to 2, I'll get cos phi naught equals to 1, and cos phi naught equals to 1, so phi naught will be equal to how much? 0 degree. Okay, so phi naught will be equal to 0 degree. So for this, option 5 is correct. Now if I put n equals to root 3, so if I put n equals to root 3, I'll get cos phi naught equals to root 3 by 2. So that is, when it is root 3 by 2, it is at 30 degree. Okay, so phi naught equals to how much? Phi naught equals to, if I put root 3 by 2 cos, so this will, phi naught will be equal to how much? This will be equal to 30 degree. Okay, so if phi naught equals to 30 degree, theta naught equals to 60 degree. Okay, so what is asking? Is asking the value of theta naught, and theta naught is equal to 60 degree. Okay, so for this, which option will be correct? Option theta naught equals to 60, right? So option 2 will be correct, right? Now what I will get for now root 3, he is asking the value of phi naught. For phi naught, I got the value, right? For phi naught the value is 30 degrees. So I will get this option is how much? This is 60 degrees. For 60 degrees this is 2, this is 1. So I will get 5 to 1. 5 to 1, this option is correct, right? Now moving on to the last question. In this question, a circuit shown in the figure contains an inductor. Okay, so what is saying in this question? The circuit contains two keys, K1 and K2. Initially both the keys are open and there is no charge. Okay, so both initially the circuit is in rest state. At an instant K1 is closed and immediately after this current in R0 is found to be I1. So what is happening that K2 is not closed, K1 is closed, and just when it is closed the current in this is found to be I0. So in inductor you have seen that current does not change suddenly. Okay, current does not change suddenly. So if initially the current was 0, finally the current will also be 0, right? Because in a conductor the current cannot change suddenly. So at t equals to 0, just after closing my K1, okay, there will be no current in the circuit. But after some time, okay, after a long time, the current attains a steady value I2, right? So in a steady value, my inductor will behave as at t equals to infinity. It will behave as a short wire, okay, a short wire. So this will be equal to 20 and this is equal to 5. So the current will be equal to 20 upon 5, that is 4 amperes. 4 amperes, right? So at I1 is equal to 0, because at that time my circuit will behave as an open circuit, right? At some infinite time my circuit will behave as a closed circuit. So we will get a current of 4 ampere flowing in the circuit. So for P option 1, right, Q option 3, P option 1, Q option 3. Now what is value of omega naught? So now thereafter K2 is closed and simultaneously K1 is opened. So now K2 is closed and K1 is opened. So this is my circuit now. This is C, this is L. So omega is 1 by root LC, right? So this is equal to 1 by root. What is L? L is equal to 25 millihenry. So I'll get 25 into 10 raised to minus 3 into what I'll get? I'll get C. C is equal to 10 into 10 raised to minus 6, right? So what do I get? 1 upon I'll get 5 into, this will be equal to 10 raised to minus 8. So this will be equal to 10 raised to minus 4. That is equal to 0.2 into 10 raised to power 4. This is 2000. Okay, just a minute. Have I done some mistake? Okay. Okay, if this comes out, this will be 10 raised to power, right. So this will be just 10 micro, 25 milli. So 25 into 10 raised to minus 3 into 10 into 10 raised to minus 6. So 1 upon 5 into, this will be equal to 10 raised to minus 2, so 10 raised to minus 8, 10 raised to minus 10 raised to minus 4, this will be 10 raised to power 4. Yes, so this should be equal to 2000. Okay, it is given in kiloradians, okay. So this is 2, okay, 2 kiloradians, right. This will be option 2, option 2. Now for this, we will equate the energy. So half L, what is equal to L? 25 into 10 raised to minus 3. Half L into I square, that is 4 square, equals to half into C, that is 10 into 10 raised to minus 6 into V square. Right, half cancels with half, and I'll get 10 raised to power 3. So I'll get 25 into 10 raised to power 3 into 16 is equal to 10. So this 10 cancels, I'll get 10 raised to power 2 is equal to V square. So I'll get 5 into 4 into 10. So that is 20 into 200. This is my value of voltage. So for this, option S is correct. So for P1, for Q, I'll get option 3. For R, I'll get option 2, and for S, I'll get option 1. So 1325. 1325 option A is correct. Okay. So with this, physics paper 1 gets over. Thank you. In a short time, paper 2 maths faculty will connect with you. Thank you.